and GARION THORNE, who are here to carry the show. Guys, top of the morning to ya, which is the name of our first segment. So favorite bets on the sportsbook right now, and then everyone's going to react. Everyone's going to freak out. So Reed, what is your favorite bet?
I like this Tennessee Jacksonville over. I almost called them Tennisville, but no, I do like this over in this game. Like the division matchups towards the end of the season might scare you on hitting the over, but both of these defenses are historically bad. We know how bad the Jacksonville defense is. They're dead last in the NFL in total yards and passing yards allowed. And if you take a look at what Tennessee has done overall this season, 274 passing yards per game. That's 28th in the NFL. Malcolm Butler is not stopping anyone. I think DJ Chark has a big game. That's shout out to Jeff's boy. And look, Tennessee and Tannehill, he's been hitting the overs in these games as a regular starters. 18-3-1, and this season 9-2-1. So give me the over in this one. All
right, guys, what do you think about Reed's bet?
I don't love it. I don't. And here's why. Jacksonville's just been really good at slowing things down and making things ugly. And their defense hasn't been like the worst. They're kind of just like league average in a lot of like metrics, like rush yards. So I think this total is a little bit inflated. And and the other thing is Mike Glennon, I know Tennessee's secondary is terrible and they don't have a pass rush, but is Mike Glennon going to be able to do anything anyways? So like Jacksonville might get 10 points here. Tennessee gets out to like a 14-point lead, and then you're just stuck at like 45 points. I'm a little scared of this game, to be honest.
I did not expect that from you, Jeff.
GARION, what do you think?
I think I'm more on Reed's side here. I think the Titans, as he kind of mentioned, are just a covering machine. You look at how good their offense has been, specifically in generating chunk plays, which is kind of the key factor in hitting these overs. It's sort of crazy to say because you don't always get there by just, using the eye test, but this is a team that's ranked inside the top 5 in EPA on offense for essentially the entire season. And their defense is just as bad as their offense is good. So it really does correlate to hitting the over quite a bit. And I don't know, Jacksonville, you'd never really come into the week saying like, hey, this is a team that's going to score 3 touchdowns. But I don't know, James Robinson just gets his 120, 125 scrimmage yards every single week. Glennon's at least kind of led this team inside the 20s over the last 2 weeks. They have been scoring points. I don't really think it's going to stop against this Titans defense, which again, I just don't really have a lot of respect for.
All right, Jeff, top of the morning to you. Let's get your favorite bet.
First of all, there's some breaking news. Leonard Fournette has apparently been scratched. So
wow, we were going to get to that, but go ahead.
Wow, just take Jesse's job. Why don't you, Jeff?
Well, I'm just trying to.
Just run this segment, Jeff.
Yeah,
just kidding. Go ahead.
My bet is the Eagles at +8.5. I think this is a ridiculous line. They're home favorites. Who has Taysom Hill faced so far in his starting QB? He's faced Atlanta twice and the Kendall Hinton-led Broncos, and now he's getting 8.5 points as a road as the road team. Look, the Jalen Hurts switch. Like, do people think this is actually a negative? The reason a lot of the Eagles' problems have stemmed from Carson Wentz. He's killing drives. He's turning the ball over. Jalen Hurts may not be perfect, but he's going to move the ball with his legs. That's what he's going to do. He's probably going to turn the ball over less than Carson Wentz as well. And realistically, all the Eagles' defense needs is just to get off the field a little bit, just a little bit. This is a team that's second in sacks in the league. They're going up against Taysom Hill, who fumbles every game. This could actually get a little bit ugly on offense for the Saints because Taysom Hill, as we know, isn't a traditional pocket passer. I think the Eagles are actually live to win this game, but at +8.5 now, just take the spread. This one's been going up. I think the Eagles are the side here.
Reed, I'll let you react first.
Yeah, the last point that he makes is probably the most salient, right? That number is going up, so you're getting some value on these points, especially at like 8.5 now. But I just don't see it, and it's not necessarily. I see what you're saying with Taysom Hill, though, Jeff, in terms of his turnover, his susceptibility to turn it over. But the Eagles have not been great against rushing quarterbacks. And now that doesn't necessarily correlate to them winning. That Taysom Hill has a productive day rushing. At the same time, it's more this defense against Philadelphia that I really am going to hang my hat on. They're almost first in every defensive category. Sack rate, they don't let up a ton of completion percentage. I think they're second or like dead last for quarterbacks in completion percentage. Like Jalen Hurts needs to do a lot. He needs to have a near perfect game for them to even keep this, I think, within a touchdown. So I do like how it's going up. and maybe saying that, they're going to cover here, but to win outright, I just can't agree with that.
Garion, what do you think?
Yeah, this is a tough one. I think Reed made the point that this is just arguably the best defense in the NFL. They are number one by DVOA overall. They're number one in adjusted sack rate. And basically, since they got Hendrickson back along that defensive line, they've been getting pressure just nonstop, regardless of the opponent they are playing. And to Jeff's point, it hasn't exactly been a murderer's row of opponents as of late, but you can only play the schedule that's in front of you. I can definitely get behind the idea that I don't want to bet on Taysom Hill as an 8.5 point favorite, but I think somewhere, maybe it was week 11, week 12, I don't know when exactly it was, I just decided I'm not betting the Eagles anymore. It makes sense a lot of the weeks, and then they just completely come out and lay an egg.
Isn't the change at QB though just like a mass? I think it's a massive thing. I think people are underrating it.
In a vacuum, I could agree with you, but I just think giving a rookie quarterback whose skill set was already a little iffy on whether or not it was going to translate to the pro level, to have his first career start come against a defense this good and generates this much pressure, I don't know. I just think this is a stay away for me. I don't want to watch this game. I don't want to have money on this game. I don't want to be involved.
All right, I can assume that your favorite bet isn't in this game. So, Garion, what is it?
I should probably just play this simple and just take the points with the Bills. I have no faith in the Steelers right now. They've been trending in such a terrible direction the past month or so. They also haven't had to play anyone. I think the last game against, reputable competition was maybe like that Tennessee game. It's been a really easy schedule for the Steelers. And I know by a lot of its advanced metrics, they've had the easiest schedule in the NFL so far this season. But one prop I really like in this game is Buffalo over 2.5 touchdowns. Look, Pittsburgh, great defense, second by DVOA. Only the Saints are better, technically speaking. But I think where you start to get into real trouble with these defenses is when they're missing entire units. And right now the Steelers don't have any linebackers. That seems like it could be a problem. I know Minka Fitzpatrick is kind of this hybrid safety linebacker type, but they lose Robert Spillane last week. He's been ruled out for this game. Vince Williams, his backup, and Spillane's already the backup to a backup. So the backup to a backup to a backup was placed on the COVID-19 list. They don't have Joe Hayden. I just think Buffalo rolls in this game, and I think their offense is able to get a lot of things done. So any way you want to attack this one from the Buffalo side, I'm pretty much in agreement with, but I do like this 2.5 touchdown prop to go over.
All right, guys, what do you think? Jeff, we'll start you off.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, look, I've had trouble talking myself into the Bills sort of all season, but I'm in on it here. I mean, I think this is a good spot. Pittsburgh, everyone's expecting a quick bounce back. I don't necessarily think it's going to be a quick bounce back. I think Pittsburgh will get it together by the end of the year, but they got injury issues. The receivers are dropping balls, like the Pets' heads are falling off, like it's everything is happening kind of in a whirlwind here. And now they're on a short week and the Bills are just playing really good. So I'm about the Bills. I know it's a little bit of a public bet, which is a little scary, but I actually really like the call there by Gary. Over 2.5 touchdowns. It does feel too low.
What do you think, Reed?
Yeah, I'll play a little devil's advocate here, talking about quote unquote trends. If you buy into that kind of stuff, Tomlin 17-5 ATS in his last 22 against teams when he's an underdog that have winning records. He's the one coach that could probably do it, right? Is that when all the chips are down, I don't say one coach, but one that, especially in this matchup, that has the ability to make his guys play above expectation. Bud Dupree also is out as well. He's gone. I think he tore his ACL 2 games ago. That's huge, right? The pressure that they were getting with Bud Dupree, like Highsmith is not doing the same thing on the defensive side. So I do like on that side, when you talk about injuries on the defense, it's not as high profile as the offense, but definitely for Pittsburgh, that's going to hurt. But I think this is a buy low spot for Pittsburgh now getting points. This started on the other side, right? That the Steelers were the favorites here, 2.5 or 1.5 around there. Now we're getting the points of Pittsburgh. I'll take that.
All right, guys, we got to go to break now, but really quick, some notable inactives for today. We got Leonard Fournette for Tampa Bay, as Jeff mentioned. We have Brandon Cooks for Houston, Andy Isabel for Arizona, Kyle Rudolph for Minnesota. All right, guys, put it on the board is next. Everybody get those boards ready, but we will be right back, so sit tight. right, you're watching The Sweat. I'm Jessie Coffield. I've got DraftKings contributors Pierce Dietrich, Jeff Ulrich, and Rosalie Michaels here, and it is time for Put It on the Board. So use your whiteboard to write down how many fantasy points you think each player will have. You're all going to reveal it at the same time and then make your case. All right, is everybody ready? Let's go with Jalen Hurts up first. Everybody, Jalen Hurts, first NFL start. Kind of crazy. What could happen? TikTok. What do we think? All right. We're going to reveal in 3, 2, reveal 1. Okay. 25.9. We got 10.0 and we got 15. So Jeff, you have got the biggest number. Explain it.
Look, Jalen Hurts is a better version of Taysom Hill. So again, I don't even really care about the defense here. He's a rushing QB. He's going to be making plays outside the pocket. I think Jalen Hurts is well built for what the NFL is right now, and I think people are overlooking it. So I'll stake my claim on it. I think he's going to have a good day. Like I said, I think the Eagles are going to make it competitive, and this is what I projected for Taysom Hill in his first start. But I think Jalen Hurts is a better version of Taysom Hill. I'm going to give him the same projection.
All right, Pierce, you had 15, so still a decent number there. What do you think?
I have no idea how Jeff says that Hurts is better than Taysom Hill. Hurts has done nothing in the NFL. Who cares what he did in college?
3 weeks ago, everybody was anti-Taysom Hill. Now, because he's played Atlanta twice and Denver, he's awesome.
At least he has a resume. And even if Hurts is good, that really doesn't matter. His offensive line is absolute garbage. He played, half the game last week. He still got sacked 3 times, a 60% on-target rate. And he's facing the Saints, second best pass defense. The best, all you have to do is look, it's the best pass rush versus the worst offensive line. This is not going to work out for Hurts.
All right, Rosalie, you have him having the least fantasy points with the lower number. I think 10 was what you went
10.2, yeah, and a big Band-Aid because what's going to hurt is Jalen Hurts. He's going to hurt today. Unfortunately, I get it. I like the guy. I think it's time for him to take over. Carson Wentz has not been good this year, but he's going against the Saints this week. This is not a good opening game for him. The Saints, over the past few weeks, have transformed into one of the best defenses. They allow the 3rd least amount of fantasy points to the QB on the season, and they have allowed 7.2 fantasy points per game over the last 4 weeks. They have a sack rate that's higher than 8%, which to somebody, an offensive line, Pierce was just talking about, the offensive line is letting up a lot of sacks on that Eagles side. So he's going to be running a lot, which also isn't good news for Jalen Hurts, because on the year, the Saints have allowed 12.8 fantasy points on the ground to quarterbacks. So this is not something that he's going to be able to take advantage of.
Literally face no rushing quarterbacks, though.
Okay. But okay, they faced no rushing quarterbacks. But even in the air, I mean, look, Matt Ryan, 13.92 fantasy points. Matt Ryan again, 7.28. San Francisco, 12.18. Tampa Bay with Tom Brady, 5.26. That's all those past 5 weeks. You think Jalen Hurts is going to come in and be able to do a little bit better? They're not letting up a lot of touchdowns. Second least amount of touchdowns in the league. 21 passing touchdowns, 5 rushing. This is going to be a tough game for him today.
All right, guys, let's move on to Russell Wilson. He's looking to get back on track against the Jets. This could be pretty good performance. So last game, obviously a little bit down. He had 17 fantasy points, but what do we think about today? Let's see those whiteboards. Rosalie's going with 30.7. Jeff is going with 30.2. Pierce just going with 27. All right, Pierce, you have the lowest. Let's start with you.
I think we're all on the same page here. Everyone believes Russell Wilson's a good quarterback. We all believe he's got great receivers, and we all believe that the Jets' pass defense is terrible. What else? The only reason you could fade Russell Wilson here is, you think that Pete Carroll is going to run the ball, even though his running backs are average. He's facing a good run defense. His offensive line is not doing well run blocking wise. You got to let Russ cook. So I think 27 is a very safe floor.
Yeah, Rosalie, anything to add?
Yeah, no, if Derek Carr can put up almost 36 DK fantasy points, Russell Wilson's going to be doing okay.
Anything to add, Jeff?
No, I mean, look, it's just a get right spot for Seattle, right? It's the Jets. Quite frankly, if Wilson doesn't put up like 25 plus points here, Seattle, they're in trouble.
In big trouble.
All right, guys, let's talk about David Montgomery now. Maybe there'll be some more fighting about this one. Who knows, though? Maybe I'll be on the same page again. This guy had 27.1 fantasy points his last time out. All right, what do we think is going to happen to him today? Everybody take out your whiteboards, write your points down. Everybody, Jeff hasn't drawn a picture yet today, but who knows? Maybe that will be coming at some point.
Chuck, everyone hates
It was because of my great Band-Aid before. He
got extremely intimidated by that. He was having flashbacks to the giraffe with teeth that he drew that one time. All right, let's reveal what we got. All right, Pierce is going with 24. We got 20.5 with Jeff. I don't know what you drew. Is that a bear?
Sorry, it's 27.9. My black marker is causing me issues, so I went green here. 27.9, because that's cash cow that is David Montgomery this week.
Okay, so Rosalie, you're here for this.
Yeah, I'm here for it. Finally, we're seeing David Montgomery shine. Love it. He's catching fire right at the right time. And, now he's going against the Texans. I mean, over the past 2 weeks, 254 total yards, 3 touchdowns, and the Texans allow 102.4 PPR points per game to their opponents. And of the production to the skill position players, 38% of it is running backs. And so they're finally using David Montgomery. This is a great opportunity for him. We've seen all in the 30s. The past 4 games, it's been 29.9 and above to the running back position. So yeah, this is a great spot for David Montgomery.
Jeff, love your bear. You also think it's a great spot for him.
I mean, I think it's an okay spot for him. It's a great spot for him. I just think he's just okay. He's been getting touches all year, and he's had one good game. So that's why I put 20 instead of like 27. I think he's got a 27, 28 point like ceiling, but he's David Montgomery. I mean, he gets 20 touches every game, and he's had one good game. He's just not that explosive a back. But Rosalie's completely right. It's the Texans. Like they're just flooding points to the RB position. So if he does find the end zone, I think there's a really good chance that my projection's probably gonna be a little low. But I'm always gonna project David Montgomery on the low side because he's David Montgomery.
All right, Pierce, talk to me.
Matchup's great. The game script checks out. There might be slight concern with Cordero Patterson getting more of a role, but that's probably good for Montgomery. You don't want him on the field the entire time. Really, it just comes down to goal line carries. Patterson's not going to get goal line carries. If the Bears are smart, they're going to try to keep the ball out of Trubisky's hands as much as possible goal line wise. So Montgomery has that 2-touchdown upside every single week.
All right, guys, let's talk about Mike Evans for the Bucks. What do we think going against the Vikings? I mean, what do we think is going to happen here? Everybody, he had 20 fantasy points in his last time out, 20.0. So, Pierce, we know you like those just no whole numbers. All right, Rosalie's already up. She's got 15.6 for Mike Evans. Let's see. Pierce has him at 18. Jeff is going to reveal his masterpiece. 17.5. All right. Jeff, the Pirate, the Buccaneers, the Swashbucklers. Yeah. Talk to me about Mike Evans, Jeff.
Matey, Mike Evans. He'll probably score a touchdown, Jessie, because that's what they do at the goal line. They throw to Mike Evans. I mean, in all seriousness, I like this game better for Chris Godwin because he's got a better matchup with Jeff Gladney in the slot. So I'd rather play Chris Godwin. But I think, like I said, Mike Evans, when they get to the goal line, he's probably going to catch a touchdown today. So 17.5 points. I just don't think that necessarily is going to get all the yardage because I like the connection with Brady and Godwin better. So I think that's a fair projection for Mike Evans. It's 17.5. Probably a good day, but I like the ceiling game for Godwin better.
Pierce, decent day for Mike Evans, we think?
Yeah, I'm right with Jeff. The concern is over yardage. The touchdowns will probably have. Minnesota gives up plenty of passing touchdowns, but they've only allowed 3 100-yard receivers this season. Cameron Dantzler's back. Gladney is a rookie, but he is a first-round pick. He's going to be a little inconsistent at times, but it's not really a slam dunk matchup. Evans will probably have a good day, but there's just too many mouths to feed at the goal line for the Buccaneers. He could maybe get a touchdown, but a multiple touchdown game seems just out of the question with any of these Buccaneers.
Rosalie, you with the guys on this one?
Yeah, I'm with the guys on it. I mean, it's the too many mouths to feed situation. And with Godwin now fully healthy, Jeff already mentioned that his matchup is a little better. And if you look over the past few weeks, even against the Cowboys, who have the same type of situation as far as multiple receivers to throw the ball to, 38.9 total fantasy points to the wide receiver position. So I'm a little worried about just the upwards of usage for Mike Evans.
All right, guys, let's talk about another Mike Gesicki. What do we think? This guy coming off a big game here. He brought in 9 of 11 targets for 88 yards and a touchdown in their win over the Bengals on Sunday. Obviously not facing the Bengals this week. Gonna have a little bit of a tougher matchup with KC. What do we think, guys? Let's reveal our boards. 13.3 says Pierce. 10.7 says Rosalie. Jeff is going with 7.5 with his Dolphin. Yeah, Jeff, you got the lowest number here, so tell us why.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gesicki's had one good game with Tua, right? I mean, I just don't like the way Tua has looked in the pocket back there, and I think he is going up against probably, in a lot of ways, his toughest matchup. I mean, the Chiefs' defense hasn't been that good, but I just don't trust this. I mean, I don't trust that Tua is necessarily going to get him the ball a ton here. I think Gesicki's an athletic guy. I think he could happen, but it's more of a fact that I think his quarterback is going to struggle in this spot. I don't really want to trust any Dolphin today. They also have no backfield, so I just feel like this one could be over early, and maybe Gesicki gets there in garbage time, but I think he's a good chalk fade today.
Rosalie, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to go with him because he's chalky, but I think he's going to get some attention because they're going to have to throw the ball a lot. And, Myles Gaskin not in. So again, they've got a situation in their backfield where they're not going to trust that as much. So they're going to have to throw the ball a lot against a Kansas City team that's going to put up some points. They haven't been really utilizing Parker with Tua under center. So I think the targets have to go somewhere. And Gesicki, he's shown that he's got a connection with him. I just don't think he gets a touchdown this week. I think he does get the targets. I mean, but, when you look at Kansas City versus the tight end position, they've been pretty bad. Against Denver, 12.4 fantasy points. Against Tampa Bay, 27 fantasy points. And against Las Vegas, 31.3 to Darren Waller. So the upside is there. I just don't trust that they're going to get it to him enough.
All right, Pierce, what do you think?
We all expect Tua to struggle in this game. And if that plays out, then Kansas City's probably going to run away with it. And that's going to give a lot of opportunity for Gesicki in garbage time. I don't like the play unless there's this garbage time component, but I think that's the way it's going to go. And Kansas City goes into prevent mode, and that opens up some points for the tight end, and Gesicki just falls into the end zone. I don't love it, but the game script looks like it kind of favors him here.
All right, guys, good stuff. We will be back, but right now we got a breakdown of one of today's most interesting spreads by the Unreasonable Odds podcast with our own Steve Buchanan and Julian Edlow. They got special guest Joe Murray from 98.5 The Sports Hub. Check it out.
I'm going to start off here with my favorite bet of the week, and you guys can react to it, but this line has already been moving. I'm shocked at where it's at still. But the Washington football team +3 against the San Francisco 49ers. Are we not respecting this team that just defeated the Steelers last week? Are we not respecting this team that defensively, and I still believe this, is one of the most underrated defensive teams in the league right now? They come into this game 6-4 against the spread as underdogs, covering by an average margin of 5.2 points. And you got the 49ers who are 2-4 against the spread as favorites and are failing to cover by an average of 6 points. And then let's not even get into how much pressure Nick Mullins has been feeling since he's been under quarterback. 37% of his dropbacks. Now he has to go after this Washington football team defensive line. Joe, I know you're a smart guy. You must like this bet, correct?
No, actually. All right. So here's the deal, right? This has really been big lately, and I'll probably get into it in a bit when it comes to college basketball, but recency biased, right? The way that Washington has played, they start to improve. They win on Thanksgiving. They win last week. Yep. They just beat the 11-0 team. So there's a lot of recency bias, right? The 49ers have been a really good team. They lost. I mean, I shouldn't say really good, but they've been pretty good against the spread this year. But they lost last week to a good Buffalo team. I'll give you trends. You guys can take them for whatever they're worth, because this year with COVID, some of these things don't even matter anymore.
Yeah.
But the road team in the last 6 meetings here, 4-1-1. The Washington football team, 2-0-2 against the spread the last 4 games in San Francisco. But the biggest trend to me is the under at 4-1 in the last 5 meetings. So when you look at these teams, low scoring game, right? Teams that like to run the football. We don't know the injury status yet, what's happening with Washington, but 43 looks like a low number.
Yeah.
And when you see a low number like that, generally it stays low. And the only other thing I'll say is San Francisco has struggled at home this year, even though they're not at home, they're in Arizona. So keep that in mind as well.
All right, just going to see if I can get another guest on, because this is not already starting off too well. Julian, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, it's a good number. It is recency bias, but I don't necessarily dislike it as much as Joe, because Washington, just go back to when they put Alex Smith into the mix and he kind of got his feet wet. He's been pretty good for this team. He's been what Alex Smith has always been. He doesn't make those massive mistakes that just kill you. He keeps you in games, and San Francisco is not a team that, runs away with games with Nick Mullins at quarterback. They're similar teams. They're, like Joe said, they're going to play defense. They're going to run the ball.
Right.
So I don't know if I'm going to make a play on the game. If you made me, I would probably lean with you. I would take the underdog, because I think it's going to be tough for either team to run away with this game. But yeah, I'm looking more at the under with these low scoring games that stay low. Like Joe said, Nick Mullins and Alex Smith are going to air it out and kill you and get the over here. I just see both teams running. Both teams are great defensively. Neither quarterback jumps out at all to make big plays. They're going to take some sacks, good defensive lines, even with San Francisco banged up. And it's somehow a big game. San Francisco's playing to try and sneak into a wild card spot. Washington's still playing to get the division their only way in, obviously. I think that if I were to play this game, I would go to the under over taking a side, but I would just play the underdog if you force me to take a side.
All right, so I'm very curious what Joe's on this week, because I thought that he would like the one, because it's not just a trend for me. I think that Washington is a vastly underrated team, but I want to know what Joe's on this week. So, Joe, what is your favorite bet for this upcoming week in the NFL?
Listen, the favorite bet of the week is something I have been successful with, but I think what you should start doing now is, for this year in particular, look at the underdogs first, right? Like, what stands out to you? Philadelphia makes a quarterback change. Do you like them at 7? Would you want to back Detroit at 7.5 off their win last week? How about Atlanta? After the thrashing of the Chargers, is Cleveland worth a look? We're going to talk about recency bias. So I'm going to start there. I think Baltimore beats Cleveland this week. Cleveland's at home. We saw them have that great outing in the first half last week. Let's not forget what they did what they did in that second half there. I'm going Baltimore over Cleveland as a 1-point favorite. Yep. I just think Baltimore has to get it going. They're on the cusp of being a playoff team. Cleveland, listen, they've had a good run, right? They've looked good. I think Baker Mayfield comes back down. And not to mention they're on national television here. I'm going to fade Baker Mayfield at home, and I like Baltimore. A low number. Give me Baltimore -1 as my play of the week.
Hey guys, you are watching The Sweat. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to our NBC Sports Plus viewers. The good news is you can keep watching us on YouTube and Twitch, where we are going to be hanging out until kickoff at 1 p.m. So we'll see you guys over there. All right. In the meantime, let's say hello to DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler, Kenny Ducey, and GARION THORNE. Guys, it is time for trend setters. So look at some betting trends that you have your eye on this week. GARION, we're going to get yours first, and then we're going to let Reed and Kenny react. So go ahead.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people, at least at the start of the week, I was kind of looking forward to just blindly betting the Seahawks and saying, okay, they're mad. The Jets almost won that game last week. They're not going to try to win a game or have it be that close again. This is just going to be a complete annihilation. And I don't know why. The line has moved from 13.5 to 15, and that kind of it's starting to make me question myself a little bit, or how confident I am in this bet, because you start looking at some of the trends. The Seahawks this season are just 5-2 against the spread as a favorite, at least in their last 7 games as a favorite. They're only 1-4 against the spread overall in their past 5 games. Don't get me wrong, the Jets have awful trends as well, but this hasn't exactly been a dominant Seattle team since about week 6 or week 7, and 15 is a lot of points. I still think I'm going to do it, but the line movement here and the trends are certainly telling people that maybe you should be giving the Jets another look.
I mean, Kenny, I know you feel like the Jets should be getting another look.
No, I definitely don't. And the thing is, Gary, and I'm kind of with you here because the line is actually moving to 16 right now. The money is still coming in on the Seahawks. And if it were 15, right, you could justify buying a point, getting it to minus 14. It's a comfortable 2 touchdowns. But at 16, you're kind of playing with danger here. Ultimately, though, I still do think that the Seahawks kill this team. I think that, there was a clear indication to me in the Miami game that Sam Darnold is just very checked out at this point. I think he knows that his time with the Jets is over.
Oh, he's checked out. That's what it is. He's just so talented.
He was throwing some mentally, clearly, right, the guy was much better last year than he was this year. There's no comparison. You look at the numbers last year, you look at the plays that he was able to make last year, they were playing for something, right? This year, I think that most of the players on the team right now mentally are just not there. Of course you have, now there's no Frank Gore, right? And Frank Gore was the guy who was like, I'm not ending my, career with no wins, but I think that they are now. And sadly, I think that the Seahawks stomp him here. You also got to factor in the Jamal Adams factor, which, yes, he's not a great pass defender, right? He's not a great guy in coverage, but he's going to be blitzing Sam Darnold like every play in this game. They're just going to just deploy him. And while the Jets' offensive line is much, much improved, I don't think they're going to be able to handle constant blitzing. So ultimately, I just don't see the Jets' offense having much success here. Although the Seattle defense has been really bad and really a big weak spot, they've tightened up the last few weeks. So I don't hate taking the Seahawks here.
All right, Reed, what's your 2 cents?
That was a lot of Jets talk. That was my 2 cents. Look, I'm not going to belabor what these guys have already said. Sharp money is on the Jets, even at 13.5, Garion. And look, like these guys talked about, the Jets, we can belabor, we can talk about ad nauseum on why the Jets are not good. They're just not good. The secondary is banged up for the Jets too. They just don't have anyone to guard this duo of receivers. I think this is, even at this point, right? 1.5 at this number, is that really much? It's not the same as 1.5 somewhere else, right? So if you think Seattle's going to win this and they have to win it handsomely to get back on track, then yeah, I believe that. Schottenheimer, these guys might want to deploy more run heavy, go back to their old ways of just running a ton in that backfield, keeping Russ healthy. Hopefully that, he can be healthy for the playoffs. So maybe that's a thing. But yeah, I'm going Seattle even at this point.
All right, Kenny, let's get your trends. What betting trend do you have your eye on this week?
Well, Garion kind of threw me a softball to talk about my Jets. I'm going to throw him a softball here. The Miami Dolphins are now the best against the spread team in football, the best team against the spread, whichever way you want to order those words, at 8-3. And they have covered in 7 of their last 8 games. And now 7-point dogs to the Kansas City Chiefs, a team that we have seen struggle against the spread. They couldn't put away the Raiders, right? Speaking of the Jets, really should have lost to the worst team in football. They couldn't put away Drew Lock, my man, and the Denver Broncos. Now, 7-point favorites against the best covering team in football. I think I have to go Miami here. I think Miami, despite the fact that I think they're a little bit overrated by the public, covers here. I just think that it's a great spot. The defense has been great. And, the Chiefs at this point in the season, there's not a ton to play for. And Miami's playing for their playoff lives right now. This is a great covering team. I think they go out and cover again.
All right, Gary, and take the softball. Just hit it.
Kenny's not wrong in that the Dolphins do technically have the best ATS record of any team in the NFL this season. The couple of things I worry about here are just, one, this is a massive leap in opponent for the Dolphins. They've had one of the easiest schedules in the NFL across the last 7 weeks. I don't believe they've played a team with a winning record since maybe their matchup against the Rams, which they did win. So it was probably their statement win of the season. But you look at their receiving core right now, it's pretty depleted. They don't really have any offensive playmakers on the outside. Devontae Parker's more of a possession receiver. And then big inactive news. I mean, we talk a lot about the offensive guys, not a lot about the defensive guys, but Kyle Van Noy is not playing in this game, and he's sort of the captain of that defense. And I think it's really going to be impactful in a game against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. So this might be one of those games where the Chiefs kind of kick it up a notch and say, yeah, I know we've been only winning by 5 points here. Here's a 21-point win.
Jump in, Reed.
Yeah. How are they going to win this game? Because I think when you have this close of a game, you also have to project that Dolphins have a good shot of winning this game, which, look, they've exceeded expectation this entire year. Like Kenny was saying, one of the best cover teams is because they're still unappreciated in the market, right? Like, is Miami real? Like, is this a real thing that's happening in Miami? And I think it is. And a lot to what GARION is saying is the secondary in Miami has been playing great shutdown coverage. I think when you look at guys like Jerome Baker, who played better in the first half, that slack is getting picked up by guys like Kyle Van Noy. And so that's going to be a huge thing that they're going to be missing here. It's just when you look at the Chiefs and what they've been able to do, and the whole narrative, right? Kenny likes to talk about, well, what do they guys have to play for? You know, these guys watch TV, like the Chiefs and the players, they watch TV. How many times have they been told over the last week, these guys don't blow out teams anymore? Right? Like the Chiefs don't blow out teams. They're not the same team that we thought they were. When they give up not as many points, or when they're not scoring as many points in the division, like against Denver and the Raiders, who have historically played the Chiefs pretty well. I get it. But at the same time, like Aaron is saying, I'm more on his side. This is a better Chiefs team than anyone that the Dolphins have played yet.
I also would say, Reed, that this is 3 weeks in a row now. I mean, we're talking a terrible second half. They were killing the Buccaneers, and then they let the Buccaneers come all the way back. Yeah. That Raiders game on primetime, it's just too many examples for me. I get your point about they watch TV, they hear what people are saying, but they've been watching TV, to your point, for what, a month now, and they haven't changed. So what's to say they're not going to change today?
Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce. I mean, you can go, their fourth string receiver is better than Jakeem Grant. Like, it's just like when you have Demarcus Robinson as your fourth option and Jakeem Grant on the other side is your second best, that's not going to cut it. And both of these running backs are out for Miami as well. So now you're deploying Patrick Laird and maybe revenge for DeAndre Washington. Like, okay, that's nice to say, but who else are they going to get this ball to? I get the backdoor cover is in play. But if this team is up by 21 points, like, would we be surprised in the third quarter?
Great Dolphins jerseys, though, this week. So they're going to look great if they lose by 13 points.
Oh, yes.
All right, Reed, real quick, what is your betting trend?
I like the Atlanta Chargers over right now at 49. It's at 49.5, so it hasn't really come down much. It's just, I look at Atlanta yards per play. They're the worst on the road at 6.6 given up. And this Chargers team just got goose-egged. And so this number has come down in the market. I still think both of these teams are similar, and they're bad against the pass. So give me the over in this one.
All right, Kenny, your quick take on that.
I don't hate it, but I have to see something from the Chargers offense before I trust them again. Last week was an embarrassment. And yes, the Falcons passing defense is one of the worst in football, but I don't know. I don't know if this offense has enough firepower to cover this huge total.
GARION?
I generally agree with Reed. I will just say Matt Ryan's worst games this season have all correlated with Julio Jones not playing. So Julio not being in there is a big part of that Falcons offense.
All right, guys, good stuff. Hot Takes is next. But first, here's the favorites on some late games with ugly spreads in Week 14.
Jets visiting Seattle. Oh, this is so sad. Jamal Adams is going to make minced meat, a Christmas pie of Sam Darnold. And it's going to be so upsetting for the Jets. They're 13.5-point dogs because this was their shot. They took their shot. It didn't work. They gave it all up on an unprecedented, all-out 8-man blitz that has never happened with this much time left in the game in this scenario. Stuckey and Colin Wilson talked about it on the Action Network podcast earlier this week, that they went through the data, and there had never been a play call like this where a defense had sent more than 6 pass rushers on a play like that, where the Jets lost to the Raiders. So kudos to the Jets for finding an unbelievably ostentatious way to tank that game.
It was honestly the right move. Who cares if you guys go in 16? I know a lot of Jets fans in my life. They don't care. They just want the end goal, which is a quarterback at the number 1 pick. So if it's Trevor Lawrence, they're all going to be happy. They just, at this point, they don't care. So, yeah, that was embarrassing, but we're all been saying it's going right according to plan for the Jets. They're still on pace to be on 16. So in this game, I usually would take the Jets, and the fact that the Seahawks haven't played well at home without the fans, you've really seen it kind of affect them. But I can't do it. Can't take the Jets after what you just said. They played such a close game. Playing a Seahawks team, I just got embarrassed at home. The Jets defense is nowhere near the same level as the Giants defense. So it's scary. It's a backdoor number, but I can't see them not covering this game by 14. So it's 13.5 right now. I had it at 14. If it's not 14, I'm going to take the Seahawks. As long as it stays under 14, I'll take the Seahawks.
The Jets have been a backdoor team. Remember earlier in the year we talked about this. Like the Jets found ways in garbage time to score points, whether it was ruining a total or ruining the side. So, that's buyer beware.
Yeah, and what we really talked about was these teams always regress to a mean, or they progress to a mean. So the Jets and the Cowboys, they start the year 0-6 against the spread. And the Jags, even the Jags had a bad run of not covering spreads. Now the Jags have covered, I think, 4 weeks in a row. The Jets have covered a bunch of weeks. Cowboys, they still cover here and there. It's just one of those things. Eventually the line, Vegas catch up to these numbers. So, yeah, it's a little scary taking a big number like this for the Seahawks, but I got to do it.
Packers-Lions. Packers 7-point favorites. We've talked about it. Like, they're not a dominant team. So do the Packers go on the road in Darrell Bevell's second game as interim head coach? Do they cover as more than a touchdown favorite?
Ah, God. Yeah. Like, I liked it better at 7.5. I hate it, but we have to, like you just said, we have to take the Lions in this situation. Divisional game at home, catching more than a touchdown or a touchdown. We know how bad the Lions are before people start messaging us. We get it. The Lions are terrible, but situational play. Packers off the back-to-back covers, now playing Detroit. That they just had a huge comeback win. I'm right there with you. I like the Lions this week. Either we're gonna get blown out, or we're gonna feels like win this game outright. So yeah, I like the Lions this week.
Yeah, you got to take the Lions. It's gross, but we do gross things as bettors. We stick by our principles, and sometimes sticking by your principles means doing gross things.
Gross games give you winners, buddy.
What's the good phrasing here? Gross equals most. Gross equals great. Gross games. Oh, I got it. Gross games equals gross profits.
No profits are gross, man. I will take all the ugly money in the world.
No, gross profits, like, in a business. Like,
yeah,
gross
like
profits. Oh, thanks for coming around. Thanks for coming around to my side. Little educating going on there.
What's up, everybody? You're watching The Sweat presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Kenny Ducey are here for Hot Takes, one of my favorite segments. I toss it to you guys. You give your hot takes and fight about it, and I sit back and relax. So, Reed, go ahead. Take it away.
Yeah, Jesse. Jeff wished he was in this segment so he could take over for you and host because he dearly wants to with breaking news. But getting back to the hot take here, Kenny, I know you're going to disagree. I know much of you guys are going to disagree, but I'm saying Mike Glennon, $5,100 plus a little DJ Chark at $5,300 for a total of 10-4. That stack is going to outscore Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins. So while you do your research on all of those guys.
No, I don't need to do any research here because I was going to go on the Kyler train here today.
Oh, perfect.
And I had to pivot away. I love the I think the Cardinals win
hold on,
this
Kenny.
game.
I know you're new to this segment, so let me explain first, and then you'll get your chance to review.
Fair.
And then So Tennessee allowing 5th most fantasy points per game to QBs. 27 passing touchdowns allowed, highest in the league. We know how bad Malcolm Butler is. I know how much of a Patriots homer you are. I know how much you love the Patriots and say they're a solid defense. But when you get rid of this guy, there was good reason. Targeted 78 times, 67% catch rate. I know you love your PFF stats, not triple F stats here. 642 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns. DJ Chark ran 43 routes. That was his second highest a week after he was hurt. Mike Glennon, for as bad as he is, Kenny, because he is bad. He takes shots down the field and down the road because he's probably going to be a starter. I know at this point, like this is you're trying to get hot takes in week 14. It's not going to be Mo Alley Cox tight end 1. I think this has a high implied game total. I think it goes well over that. I just like how bad both these defenses are playing for this point total to go up, especially with those two guys. Now, what were you going to say about this stack and then also your Cardinals, I guess your Cardinal stack here?
Yes, but so the first thing, right, is I think I don't actually hate Mike Glennon, but I don't think he's going to have a fantastic game here by any means. I think we are overreacting to a game against Minnesota, which wasn't even that good from Mike Glennon. Like, yes, they almost won the game, but if we dig deeper, he did throw 2 picks. He only threw for 280 yards, and this is one of the worst secondaries in football, and it's Mike Glennon. And the thing that you have to remember, and you have no experience with this, right, because you don't care about teams that are all defeated, who haven't won a game this season. The Jacksonville Jaguars know what they're up against here, okay? They know that the New York Jets are a juggernaut when it comes to tanking. They are poised not to lose a single game this year. The Jacksonville Jaguars had better start losing a lot more convincingly if they want to get the number 1 pick or even the number 2 pick, frankly. There's a lot of bad teams out there. There's now a lot of competition for these top 3 picks. So they cannot afford to win today. They cannot afford to even come close to winning today. I don't like Mike Glennon's arm, and I can't believe they would put him against Kyler Murray, a guy that is – who is on Kyler Murray? Does anyone like Kyler Murray right now? Does anyone want to play Kyler Murray? No one in the world thinks Kyler Murray is going to have a good game today. Why? Oh, because the Giants won 1 game, right? They had such an amazing performance last week against Russell Wilson, who's never had a bad game in his life. Yeah, Russell Wilson didn't show up. You know why? Because the Seahawks, they've been cruising for a bruising all season long. Everyone has predicted from week 1 to now that the Seahawks are going to have a bad loss. It finally happened, okay? Let's get over it. The Giants are not some great team. They're going to lose out here. They're not going to make the playoffs. And even in that loss, Russell Wilson had 45 rushing yards. The Giants have actually struggled when they've faced quarterbacks that can get outside the pocket. And that's what Murray's going to do here. They don't have a great linebacking core. They are healthier in the secondary. But when you talk about one of the most exciting quarterbacks in football, one of the best receivers in football, they don't have the corners to cover them. You're looking at James Bradbury, okay, as your best shot at stopping DeAndre Hopkins. He's been great this year, but it's DeAndre Hopkins against James Bradbury. The other corners here are not up to par. And Kyler Murray, mind you, has a full complement of receivers. He has finally all 5 of his receivers healthy. Andy Isabella is going to be inactive for the first time all season. So I think that Kyler has a great game. And then by association, DeAndre Hopkins gets into the end zone, has 7 catches. And the Giants, this is a huge letdown spot for them with a banged up quarterback. They lose here by 17 points. And the Arizona Cardinals, on the back of Kyler Murray, have one of the best fantasy days in football.
Okay, so it took you 15 minutes to get to your hot take, which I gleaned from that entire
That's
diatribe.
not my hot take, but okay.
Oh, what is it then? Because you just spent the whole segment talking about how Kyler Murray is going to outperform.
No, I was refuting you. I did want to talk about Kyler Murray, but then I figured that you would have some sort of hot take that he's not good.
So I'll tell you the hot take here. You love your stats. Giants are number 7 in DVOA against number 1 wide receivers. They have allowed 107 rushing yards to QBs. That's 3rd lowest. And the Giants have a lot of pass touchdowns, just 3.7% of pass attempts. He's only rushed 5 times max over the last 3 games. And you think Andy Isabella being active, which he's been active this entire season, they just haven't been using him. You think him being there?
He's inactive, Reed.
Okay,
he's not playing because they have all their receivers healthy.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. The reason why Kyler Murray has been such a high upside guy is because of rushing. He hasn't rushed for over 5 attempts in the last 3 games.
You want to talk about DVOA here? The Carolina Panthers are 26th in DVOA. And guess who they face this week? Drew Lock. Drew Lock is going to be one of the hottest quarterbacks in football today. He is going to be one of the top 5 performers. He's going to go for 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, and $5,100. He's going to stiff arm Mike Glennon like DK Metcalf did to the Giants secondary, which is awful. Kirk Cousins went for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns last week. This is the third 300-yard game that this defense has allowed in their last 4. All 3 of those games, they've given up at least 3 touchdowns. Yes, they've played some good quarterbacks, but Drew Lock is right up there with Tom Brady right now. He has shown that he can exploit bad secondaries. Look at that game that he had against the Atlanta Falcons. He goes up against a bad secondary, he will shred them. Last week against the Chiefs, a better secondary, he showed that he is capable of playing up to a good opponent. The Carolina Panthers are not that. And again, he almost beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Remember some of those throws that they made? Chris Collinsworth was complimenting Drew Lock on some of these amazing throws that he was making into the end zone. So he has the talent. I think he has the matchup here. $5,100. He has a 30 DKFP day, and he is going to kick Mike Glennon's behind.
He hasn't eclipsed 13 DK fantasy points in the last 3 games. I get your love for bad quarterbacks. It's understandable, I guess, only to you. But I know Jesse now is ready to take this back from us because I don't want to hear more about the Jets or Drew Lock at $5,100 beating a guy like Tom Brady.
Wow, those takes were definitely hot. All right, guys, Chalk Talk is coming up after these messages. Listen up, guys. You can keep track of DK's biggest contest by following along with DraftKings Leaderboard Live right here at 1 p.m. Now, this live stream on Twitch and YouTube going to keep you up to date on all the big plays and injuries in Week 14. And our DFS analysts going to break down the impact of those plays on the big DK contest, like our Week 14 3.5 million fantasy football millionaire. So follow along all day throughout the games to find out who's going to become a millionaire today. That's pretty cool. It's all going to get going with Emerson Latzia and our boy Jeff Ulrich once the 1 p.m. slate of games is underway. All right, guys. We are not there yet, though. Still plenty to get to. I got DraftKings contributors Pierce Dietrich, GARION THORNE, and the fantasy girl Rosalie Michaels here with me right now for Chalk Talk. So Chalk Talk, it's a segment where you tell me who you're going to pivot to if you're fading these expected chalky players. So let's start with Patrick Mahomes. This guy's pretty much always chalk. Pierce, who are you going to pivot to?
Pivot to Russell Wilson. I'm surprised how shook people are based on his game from last week. It was one game. We've seen Russell Wilson have plenty of good games. Carlos Hyde and Chris Carson are not going to carry this team to the playoffs. They need to start focusing on the pass, similar to what Kansas City did about a month ago. They've almost abandoned the run and have went all in on the pass because that's what they're going to do in the playoffs. We should see the same thing from Seattle, and it's a great matchup against the Jets. 8th best run DVOA, but the worst pass DVOA, 3rd most yards allowed, 5th most touchdowns allowed through the air. Let Russ cook.
GARION, who are you pivoting to?
I'm going to go with Justin Herbert. I'm not sure how scared off people are by last week. I think most of us can just write that off as, okay, Bill Belichick against a rookie quarterback, et cetera, et cetera. But before that game, Justin Herbert had not had a professional start where he'd scored fewer than 19 DraftKings points. The 7 games prior to that awful 45-0 loss, he had averaged over 27 DraftKings points per game. You go back to week 2 when he took over the starting job for Los Angeles. In that span of time, he leads the NFL in dropbacks and pass attempts. He is a volume machine, and I think he gets back on track today against the Falcons, who openly admitted on their own Twitter account that they are not very good today. So that really says all you need to know about the Falcons.
All right, Rosalie, who are you going to pivot to from Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I like both of these choices from you guys, especially Herbert, because that's my pick as well. Yeah, you know, I heard the guys talking a little bit earlier on the last segment about how bad the Chargers are. But you know what? Garion's right. He's had 2 bad performances this season, and he's a rookie. And he's thrown 154 pass attempts over the past 3 weeks. And when you look at it, the fact that the Falcons allow almost 64 4 plays per game to their opponents. This is a ton of upside opportunity for Herbert. And we like that 300-yard bonus, right? Well, Falcons allowed 300.7 passing yards per game on average. And we see Herbert rush as well. And the Falcons have allowed 322 rushing yards to QBs, which is the third most, and 6 rushing touchdowns, which is the most to quarterbacks. They give up the most fantasy points to QBs. So this is a great smash spot for Herbert.
All right, guys, Davante Adams, Rodgers' favorite receiver, no doubt. This guy is going to be chalky as he's just going to rampage through the Lions secondary. So who are you going to pivot to from him, Garion?
I don't know if he's going to be any less popular, although it's kind of hard to figure out this top end of the wide receiver position this week. It seems like every great wide receiver is in a great matchup. So maybe it all just kind of like evens out in the wash. But Justin Jefferson's like $2,000 cheaper. I'm not going to say he's as good as Davante Adams. That would be crazy. But you go back to the start of week 3, which is really when he got integrated properly into this Vikings offense and was allowed to play virtually every single offensive snap. He is first in the NFL in receiving yards and 4th in the NFL in PPR fantasy points. So every single week, it seems like he delivers. You do have to worry about connecting him to Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins is not Aaron Rodgers by any stretch of the imagination. But this is a great matchup against a team in Tampa Bay that really does funnel towards the pass. They force teams to pass the football, and I think Jefferson's going to be the beneficiary of that again today.
All right, Rosalie, who are you going to pivot to from Davante Adams?
Yeah, you know who else is also $2,000 less than Davante Adams? Tyler Lockett. We just talked about how much we like Russell Wilson in this game. And of course you like DK Metcalf, but DK is always a little bit more expensive now than Tyler Lockett. And Tyler Lockett has feasted on teams who struggle with wide receivers. You know who struggles with wide receivers? The Jets. So they give up the most fantasy points to the slot over the past 8 weeks and the third most on the season. So this is absolutely a spot where Tyler Lockett gets a lot of fantasy points for me.
Pierce, what do you think?
I see your 2,000 and I raise it to 3,000. Robbie Anderson is in an amazing spot. Bryce Callahan is out. AJ Boye suspended. Bassey is out. The Broncos are starting 2 rookie cornerbacks, one of which they cut earlier this season. And then on the offensive side, you've got McCaffrey's out. DJ Moore is out. So it's a great matchup, great volume, good game script, home game. The weather's nice here in Carolina. Robbie Anderson's going to have a massive game.
All right, guys, let's talk about James Robinson. Who are you going to pivot to from him, Rosalie?
I'm looking at Jamal Williams. He's only $6K, and over the last 4 weeks, we expect Aaron Jones to have a good game this week against Detroit. But we've watched the Packers limit the number of touches that Jones has been getting. We're seeing Jamal Williams get a little bit more active. And with the Lions in that matchup, they allow so much fantasy production, and 39.1% of the fantasy points they've allowed has gone to running backs. So that's what you want to target there. That's about 32.7 PPR points per game to running backs, which is enough for both of these guys to be viable. So yeah, I mean, for a little bit of a discount and the fact that you probably expect that the Packers are going to get up early and big, that we'll see a little bit more Jamal Williams there in the end.
All right, Pierce, who are you pivoting to?
David Montgomery. People are going to try to talk themselves out of this. I just don't see it. Are we going to get the volume? Yes. Is the matchup there? Yes. Are you going to get the goal line volume? Yes. Is he a good running back? No. Is he fun to watch? No. But he's a big part of this offense, and he's going to have the ball at the goal line. In this matchup against Houston, who struggles against the run, the Bears will move the ball. The Bears will get opportunities in the red zone and at the goal line, and that's going to be Montgomery. He may not hit 100 yards, but through volume and through red zone carries, he's going to have a really good game.
Garion, where are you going?
I also really like David Montgomery. So I'll pivot off of the pivot and say Chris Carson. We talked about a Seahawk every single segment so far. Let's continue the gravy train here. I agree with Pierce. I don't think suddenly they're going to run the ball 45 times in this game. That's not what this play is necessarily about. It's just Chris Carson last week was back in his normal role. He played about 60% of the snaps as he had done in the first couple of weeks of the season, and he scored 20 DraftKings points because he had 19 opportunities to touch the football, which is just what he's going to see again today. Maybe he gets over 20. Maybe he does get a couple extra carries in the second half because this game script gets a little crazy, but He's someone who can catch the ball, and he's the main running back. I don't want to use the term bell cow because he's not quite that, but he's the main running back on a team with the highest projected team total on this slate. That's just a pretty good spot.
All right, guys, J.D. McKissick. He's going to be chalky, so who are you going to pivot to, Pierce?
Giovanni Bernard. But first about McKissick, I don't think he is as safe a play as people want to believe he is. He only had 5 carries last week. Peyton Barber had 14. Peyton Barber had the goal line carries. McKissick's probably fine, but Barber is absolutely going to limit the upside. Bernard, on the other hand, is facing the 29th run DVOA in Dallas. Bernard has not done anything since Mixon's gone out. But if you look at the matchups, Washington, the Giants, they have not been easy. Miami, they haven't been easy games for him. He's basically one of the few offensive players the Bengals have here. It's a game that's projected to be close. I imagine Bernard's going to do some work and have opportunities in the red zone.
Garion, do you agree McKissick isn't as safe a play as people think he is? And who are you going to pivot to?
I mean, it's tough. I think we've seen that if there's a perfect quarterback for McKissick to be paired with, someone that optimizes his ceiling, it is Alex Smith. It's the checkdown machine himself. So the fact that he's had at least 10 targets in 3 games this season, I don't think he's not safe, but I think Pierce was right to say his ceiling is limited by the fact that he's not going to get goal line touches or red zone touches. Someone who is going to get red zone touches is Todd Gurley. And I know Todd Gurley is, even just saying his name in a positive connotation makes me a little queasy, but I think if you just like this Atlanta-Los Angeles game to hit the over, and if you like there to be a lot of points in this game, to bring back like a Herbert Keenan Allen stack with someone like Todd Gurley is not a terrible idea. He only played 33% of the snaps in his comeback game last week against the Saints, but I think that goes up to his more normal workload, sort of a Chris Carson-esque workload, 55 to 60% this week. He leads the NFC in red zone carries this season, despite the fact he's missed a couple of games. And again, I just think this is going to be a game where both of these teams score points, and I want to get as many pieces involved. And this is the cheapest Gurley's been all season in a script that seems like it's going to be high scoring. So I kind of like that combination.
Rosalie, what do you think about the J.D. McKissick takes, and who are you going to pivot to?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with the guys. I say the same thing. J.D. McKissick, the only reason he's so chalky is because he's cheap, and he's the starting running back there. So he's cheap, but the matchup stinks. So if I want to look at somebody that's cheap, and still comes with some risk like J.D. McKissick does, it's Bernard, like Pierce was saying. He's 5K, about 3% owned, and it's the Cowboys. If there's a team that you're going to target the running back against, it's the Cowboys. They're last in the league in points per game, give up the most points per game, rushing yards per game, and rushing DVOA. They've given up 17 rushing touchdowns on the year and 47 total touchdowns. And when you look at just the fantasy points they give up to the running back position, the floor is high, but the ceiling is even higher because they're not going to be throwing the ball a lot.
All right, guys, Darren Waller, this guy went off last week. It was his second game with over 100 yards this season, up to 7 touchdowns heading into week 14 here. So we're thinking he's going to be chalky. So, Garion, who are you going to pivot to?
I mean, tight end is a weird position, so I'll give you a weird pivot. It's nowhere near in the same price range, but if you just want to kind of punt tight end as opposed to paying up, Jacob Hollister, we talked a lot about just Seattle's offense and how much they're projected to score. The Jets are awful against tight ends. Like, it's almost undescribable how bad they've been in recent weeks against that position. They've given up 5 receiving touchdowns to tight ends in the last 3 games. Durham Smythe has 2 touchdowns against the Jets so far this season. I just think that right now, if you get a tight end around $3,000 who's playing over 50% of the snaps against the Jets, stick him in there and see what happens. It's not going to be pretty. It's one of those, like, check the box score a little later and cross your fingers and hope he scores, but there's a pretty good chance he scores, and I think it's a pretty good price point.
Rosalie, who are you going to pivot to from Darren Waller?
I'm looking at Jordan Akins. He's $2,900. And we didn't see a lot out of Jordan Akins last week, but we didn't expect it with the matchup with the Colts. Colts are really good against the tight end. But you did see Akins run 36 routes in that game, which was second only to Darren Waller. So, and when they're going against the Bears this week, so people are kind of afraid of the Bears defense, but of the fantasy production, the Bears have allowed to skill position players. Tight ends have accounted for a league high 23.3% of that production, the 4th most fantasy points per game to tight ends. And there's no team in the NFL who's allowed more than 70 receptions to the tight end position, like the Bears have. With Fuller suspensions, Cobb's still on injured reserve. There's no Brandon Cooks. Kuti is still kind of banged up. So who do you have left? So I think this is a great spot for Jordan Akins. He's going to get a lot of attention. They're going to throw the ball to him. He's going to get the targets, which gives him a great floor.
All right, Pierce, where are you going?
Let's stay in that game, go to the other side, and I'll take Cole Kmet. Houston's allowed the 6th most receiving yards to tight ends. Matt Nagy offenses like to go to the tight end. Unfortunately, the Bears rarely have good tight ends. So now you're starting to see his role grow over the last 2 weeks. Had a decent game last week. I don't think you're going to get high ceiling for Kmet, but you get the savings at $2,900 and a pretty good point per dollar play.
All right. Thanks for the Chalk Talk squad. Primetime picks are coming up next when the Sweat presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook returns. What's up, everybody? I'm Jessie Coffield. You're watching The Sweat presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. I've got some DraftKings contributors here with me now. Reed Fowler, Kenny Ducey, and Jeff Ulrich. They're here for primetime picks. So favorite showdown plays and bets for the primetime games. Let's start with Steelers and Bills. Who are you going to captain in this one? Tell me, Reed.
I like Stephon Diggs. If you want a little contrarian, go Eric Ebron. He's still getting a ton of targets, but Stephon Diggs, he's played well against tough matchups. And the Steelers aren't necessarily that hard of a matchup against receivers, especially number ones. We've seen 5 100-yard receivers against them this year. Stephon Diggs is the preferred target for Josh Allen, so I like one there.
All right, Kenny, who are you going to go with as your captain's pick in this one?
I'm pretty sure the last 4 Steelers games, we've all talked about which showdown picks we want for the Steelers. So, yeah, I know that Reed loves this guy. He just mentioned him. Look, here's the thing. I want to get Josh Allen in my lineup. I want to get Diggs. I want to get Deontay Johnson. I love Juju at 7,000. So if you want to get all those guys in your lineup, you want to captain Eric Ebron at $9,600, 11 targets in each of the last 2 games for him. And if you do that, you can get all those guys in your lineup. Or if you don't like Juju like I do, go in, you can get, a Cole Beasley and then a punt play. I really like Isaiah McKenzie at 1,800 too. So you can get a lot of talent in your lineup if you just pay $9,600 for Ebron. And the thing is, he's been great despite not having the touchdowns, dropping some touchdowns along the way. The targets are there. Ben Roethlisberger is obsessed with, I think he lived with this guy before the season. So the connection now has finally been built. I love it.
All right, Jeff, who do you want to captain in this one?
Yeah, I don't know if he's been great, but the targets are there, definitely. So I don't disagree with that take. I think I'd rather captain Juju Smith-Schuster. I really like Diggs too. But like Kenny's right. You got to fit these guys in. I mean, somehow. And I think you do that by going with a guy like Ebron or Schuster. I'll side with Schuster here because he's the wide receiver. And quite frankly, I trust him more to actually catch the balls thrown to him in the red zone. They are playing a bit of a similar position in that Juju is playing, the short routes out of the slot. So I think it's a really good matchup against the Bills. They're probably going to try their best to lock down Claypool and stuff on the outside. So I rarely, I think this is the first time I've ever recommended Juju as a play here, but I think for this showdown contest, he makes sense as a captain.
All right, so in this Pittsburgh-Buffalo game, what is your favorite bet that you're looking at? Kenny, what is it?
Oh, it's got to be Steelers money line at plus 128. This is a huge overreaction. First it was the 49ers are really good because they beat the Rams, and now all of a sudden it's like the Cardinals stink, right? The latest overreaction is that the Bills are the best team in the AFC. They're an offensive juggernaut because they beat up on the injured, middling defeated San Francisco 49ers. I don't think that 1 week proves to me that this is the best team in the AFC, and this is exactly what's on the line here. The winner of this game, I think you can call the best team in the conference. Now, I mean, the Chiefs are in the conversation as well, but the way that people have been talking about the Buffalo Bills, I think that they love them that much. Look, Josh Allen's come off a great game here, but you have to remember that the Pittsburgh Steelers, they played a great defense, right? That was why they lost in prime time. They played two really good defenses in a row. They lost to Alex Smith because, not because of Alex Smith, but because of that pass defense is one of the elite in football. Buffalo's defense has struggled all season long, and meanwhile, the Steelers' defense still one of the best in football. So I'm going to go with Roethlisberger to beat a weak defense over Allen solving one of the hardest defenses to solve in football.
All right, Jeff, your favorite bet in this Pittsburgh-Buffalo game?
Yeah, so I guess Kenny has KC ranked as third in the AFC.
Right.
Cool. I'm going to go with Josh Allen over 23.5 completions. He's playing really good. Pittsburgh's a little bit banged up in the secondary as well. So I think Josh Allen hits that.
All right, Reed, tell me.
Yeah, Pittsburgh. I'll take the points. I agree with Kenny that Pittsburgh is in a good spot here. Tomlin, I mentioned this throughout the show, 17-5 ATS in his last 22 as underdogs against teams with winning records. But yeah, I think Kansas City is a little bit better than those other two teams. Just a touch.
I do too.
Okay, fair enough. All right, how about Ravens-Browns? Let's move on to this game. Who are you going to captain here, Jeff?
Yeah, this one's interesting. I mean, it's obviously like a lower scoring kind of projected game. I'm just going to say you captain Nick Chubb. You take the chalk there because realistically, how else is Cleveland doing this? So we're going up against an elite secondary. I do kind of like Cleveland this game, and if I like it, I have to think they're going to score points. I think it's going to be through Nick Chubb. I think you can run on the Ravens defense. They're not that great at disallowing points. Their offense tends to chew up clock, but I think Cleveland's going to turn the tables on them, and I think Nick Chubb's going to have a big game. So eat that chalk, Captain Nick Chubb.
All right, Reed, who are you going to captain in this Ravens-Browns game?
Yeah, I'm putting on my Kenny Ducey hat and paying up everywhere that I can. And it's Lamar Jackson, one of his best friends, along with Josh Allen. So I like how both the quarterbacks are in Kenny's lineups. Lamar Jackson, look, he's rushed for at least 51 yards in 9 of his last 10 games. And the Browns, they haven't been a good team to defend against the pass, right? We just saw what happened last week where both Tennessee and Cleveland put up points. Tennessee more so on the garbage time. But they're banged up in the secondary. They've allowed 25 passing touchdowns through the air. That's fourth highest in the NFL. We've seen Lamar get a little bit better in the passing department. So I'm going to pay up. I love the rushing upside. He's doing it now with his legs. That's what we were scared about in the beginning of the year. But I like paying up for Lamar.
All right, Kenny, who's your captain's pick?
Yeah, I agree with Jeff here that this is going to be kind of a sloppy, ground attack. And I think that ultimately I want to take J.K. Dobbins here. I just think the savings are going to be great because I do want to get Lamar Jackson. I do want to get Nick Chubb in my lineup. So I think that Dobbins might come in a little bit cheaper. He did have 6.45 yards per carry last week. He ran the football incredibly well, even though he barely played against the Cowboys. I think his snap count was under 38%. It was at 38%, which is not what you'd want to see, right? But the previous weeks, he still outsnapped Gus Edwards and Mark Ingram. The previous weeks have shown that he is the number one back here. And ultimately, Dallas's passing defense is one of the worst in football, which is why J.K. Dobbins was kind of absent. This is a very good running back. He is one of the most talented young running backs in football. He just had 2 touchdowns, not just, but in week 1, he had 2 touchdowns against this team, and they absolutely killed the Browns. I think that the game script here actually favors J.K. Dobbins. I think they're just going to continue to feed him, and they'll get ahead early, and they'll just continue pounding the rock. This is a guy that has looked fantastic, and he is emerging as one of the better running backs in the AFC. Also, let's not forget that, yes, Derrick Henry did have only 60 yards last week, but the week before that, James Robinson had 128 and 31 more on the through the air. And, oh, by the way, last week, Jeremy McNichols did run in a touchdown, so not like they didn't, allow any success on the ground. It can be done against Cleveland. Dobbins does it this week.
All right, Reed, in this game, what's your favorite bet that you're looking at?
Yeah, the under is definitely in play. I think what these guys have said kind of tests to that as well, right? Both teams rank inside the bottom 6 in pass offense. They're just not highly efficient. And they both rank inside the top 3 in run offense. And so you got to play to your strengths, especially down the stretch. Give me the under 47.
All right, Kenny, your favorite bet in this one?
Oh, man, I also like the under here. I feel really bad agreeing with Reed, but it's fallen already 1.5 to 46.5. This is going to be a sloppy game. The weather in Cleveland, it's cold. It's just going to be a lot of ground and pound here, a lot of battles at the line. So, the under is 7-5 in Ravens games, and the over is 7-5 in Browns games. But 4 of those overs came in the first 5 weeks of the season. So lately, Browns games have been going under. The Ravens game has been going under all season long. So I think ultimately the under does prevail here. Just going to be a lot of running. Lamar Jackson is not comfortable throwing the football. Baker Mayfield's going to come back down to earth a little bit in this one. I expect to see a lot of Chubb and a lot of Dobbins.
All right, Jeff, favorite bet, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to take the points with Cleveland here. I mean, they're the home team. They've played better, quite frankly, than Baltimore over the last little bit. Their defense is a little bit hard to trust, so I get that. But realistically, it's going to be a cold weather game, and Lamar really hasn't done that well, except for maybe beat up a little bit of against Dallas. Everybody does that against Dallas. So I'll take the points with Cleveland.
All right, good stuff, guys. What was that?
Even Sam Darnold beat up on Dallas.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my God. All right. We will be right back for Working Up a Sweat after we get Pat Mayo's Week 14 picks.
What up, everyone? Pat Mayo here with your Week 14 DraftKings picks and preview. Smash a like if you're out there, and if you're looking for the entire Pat Mayo experience, full breakdown of this DraftKings slate, head on over to Mayo Media Network on YouTube or download the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. Full cheat sheet will be up Saturday on DKPlaybook.com, so for sure, always go check that out because it gets updated if more injuries occur. Let's start at the running back position. There's no Christian McCaffrey, which leads you directly to Derrick Henry at $500 cheaper. I actually would prefer to go up to Dalvin Cook at 94 over Derrick Henry just because everyone's using Derrick Henry. Dalvin Cook, even in a bad matchup, can still really come through. But the proper move is likely to play it a bit cheaper on this slate and maybe even start your teams with Austin Eckler at $7,000. That way, you still have a bit more flexibility on the go. He's in a nice spot against Atlanta, who does not defend very well against pass-catching running backs. And it's going to be a very popular game, one of the highest over-unders of the week. Other than that, David Montgomery at $6,500 just continues to present really good value for someone who gets that many touches. That's still way too cheap. You can take your shots with Mike Davis and Josh Jacobs, but I don't really know about them, or even Miles Sanders. I would just prefer DeAndre Swift in this range. It's a great matchup. He practiced on Friday in full, and if the new coaching staff is really committed to giving him the touches, that's where you want to be. From the lower end, J.D. McKissick is going to be the most popular cheap option at running back. I would just prefer to stick at $5,000 while it's less safe. I think the upside is higher with someone like Gio Bernard or even Duke Johnson. I prefer Gio Bernard at $5,000 more than Duke Johnson at $49,000, but I think both of those guys are adequate pivots off of J.D. McKissick, who is a great floor, but really lacks upside because of touchdown value. If Giovanni Bernard can get it going against Dallas, he is still likely to get the goal line touches. So that is the pivot play in that area. At the wide receiver position, there's no Julio Jones. So let's go to the bottom first and really think this through. Rashad Perriman with no Denzel Mims is going to be a very popular play, but at the Stone Mint, $3,000, Christian Blake is there. I don't fully endorse Christian Blake, but if you do need a last man in because you want to jam in all of the expensive players that you can, with no Julio, no Zacchaeus, everyone's probably going to end up going to Gage. Ridley's still a fine option, but if you're looking for who's probably going to be the number 2 filling in that Julio role, it's not going to be Powell. It's going to be Christian Blake. In the matchup against the Chargers, who've ceded a ton of points to wide receiver 2, you can definitely make the case, and at $3,000, he doesn't even have to do that much. You can squeeze 10 to 15 points out of him. What that allows you to do, paying up in the rest of your lineup, could very much be worth it, whether that means getting to Derrick Henry and Devontae Adams or Travis Kelce, that kind of thing. You can really kind of reverse engineer your lineups if you need a last man in. At $3,000, that's a way you can go. Other than that, Rashad Perriman at $39 is a very viable option, but honestly, just go to the top and play Devontae Adams. This is about as good of a spot as you can be in of anyone. It's indoors as well. He has been basically the best DraftKings player there is consistently on a week-to-week basis. I get that he's $9,300. I like him better than the top-end running backs this week. If you're going to pay up in your salary, use Devontae Adams in this area. If you do want to play somewhat of a contrarian move, all of these guys are obviously fantastic options because they all cost the monies. You can look at Justin Jefferson against Tampa at $7,400. Even the Cousins, Thielen, and Jefferson stack actually makes a lot of sense because everyone is so afraid of this Tampa defense, which you probably should be, but we know what the upside of these guys are. And without Kyle Rudolph playing and Irv Smith still pretty banged up and Tampa being so good against the run, if everything does funnel through Thielen and Jefferson, you could be looking at a situation where Kirk Cousins can throw for like 280 and 2 touchdowns, but both those guys end up eating. So that's something to be very aware of. In the middle range, I think it's pretty easy if you want to go to Corey Davis. With Jonnu back this week, that could take something away, but he's just been so good and the price is right. I prefer Robbie Anderson in the low $6,000 area. If that's a suggestion that you want to go with, that's the piece of Carolina's offense that I liked this week with no DJ Moore around. I would guess that Curtis Samuel is going to be the more popular option with the expected uptick in both carries with no Christian McCaffrey and target share with no DJ Moore. But Robbie Anderson has been the man in this offense all year long as it comes to targets. No DJ Moore should allow him to get down the field a little bit more. Tight end, you got 2 options. You can pay up to the very top and take Travis Kelce in a fantastic situation against the Dolphins. That is the preferred move if you have the salary cap. With Daniel Jones likely returning, Evan Ingram is somewhat, he's not sneaky, but it's a nice matchup at $4,300. Same with Robert Tonyan at $42 against Detroit, but Logan Thomas at $3,300 should be the expected play here. Irv Smith, maybe you can get to, but I'd drop even lower than that and go to Cole Kmet now that he's running more snaps than Jimmy Graham against the Houston Texans, who just don't cover tight ends. So that is a punt play if you want to go to that level. At quarterback, just think about what stacks you want this week. The 3 most popular are likely going to be a stack with either Mahomes, Justin Herbert, or Aaron Rodgers. I like that Aaron Rodgers one the best because it gets you Devontae Adams, and I think that is the highest upside you can go. If you want a sneaky stack this week, you have to hold your nose, not really look at it, but Mitch Trubisky, Cole Kmet, and Allen Robinson. Here we go. It's super cheap, and it does allow you flexibility to get up at all of the other positions without breaking your bank on a stack. You see Trubisky is $5,600. Kmet is below $3,000. Allen Robinson is just on the fringe of top 10 at wide receiver. So if you have that as your core and you can bring it back with a Brandon Cooks or a Duke Johnson or whoever you want in that offense, Kiki Cutie even. Maybe you just do even a naked 3-person stack of those 3 and hope that it works out. And then your top end guys end up going off. You can still have Devontae Adams in that lineup. You can still have Derrick Henry in that lineup. Defense, make it easy on yourself. Just fade the pure chalk of the Dallas Cowboys this week and their terrible defense. Everyone wants to use them because they're cheap. I'll just take a pass on that. The Washington football team at $2,800 is my preferred play against Nick Mullins and the San Francisco 49ers. You want to pay up just a little bit more, you can get yourself to, let's say, the Bears are in a really nice spot. If you do have the leftover money, the Saints at 38 are in a terrific spot and an opportunity against Jalen Hurts just based on sack and turnover potential, but they're pretty expensive. You don't want to be breaking we just talked about ways to save your money to get to the very top. I'm not talking about getting to the top of defense. I'm talking about getting to the top of running back, tight end, or receiver. But if you do have the extra money, the Saints are a pretty good play here. I'm Pat Mayo. Once again, you can find my cheat sheet up at dkplaybook.com on Saturday afternoon. Until then, I'll see you next week.
What's up, people? Happy Sunday. We've reached the last block of our show. Very sad. The Sweat presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. That's the show. But here to wrap things up, DraftKings contributors GARION, THORNE, Pierce Dietrich, and the fantasy girl, Rosalie Michaels. As we near kickoff at 1 here, we're going to be working up a sweat. So these are your last-minute DFS takes for the 1 p.m. slate. Some things you might be rethinking right before lock here. So, GARION, what is your late take?
I'm just kind of cycling through cheap tight ends. I'm trying to figure out which one's going to have the big game. We've kind of run through a couple of the options here. I'm glad Rosalie's on this segment because we've been doing this almost since like Wednesday. I think we did a segment on the sweat talking about cheap tight ends. So you've got like Dalton Schultz against the Bengals, who are awful. You've got Jacob Hollister. She brought up a great point with Jordan Akins earlier where someone's got to catch some passes this week for Houston. So someone in that group is going to catch 2 touchdowns today. And I'm going to be wrong. I know that. I don't know which one is the right one. Seems like I'm leaning more Hollister than anyone else or of the 3, but one of those 3 guys is going to have a massive day.
Rosalie, that's not what you're rethinking right before the lock, is it?
No, I do like Dalton Schultz this week too. I think he's a great tight end, cheap tight end. But I'm rethinking because I've been thinking about Sterling Shepard against this Arizona Cardinals defense, and now that we know Daniel Jones is going to be in the game instead of Colt McCoy, Sterling Shepard still had a lot of targets last week. The problem is they only connected on one catch, and that's painful. But now he gets Daniel Jones back. Yeah, it's a hamstring, so we have to be careful with that. But they said that it was going to be the doctor's call, not Daniel Jones's call on whether or not he played. So this is a doctor's call. He thinks the hamstring is good enough for him to play. And we're at 23 straight games where Sterling Shepard has seen at least 6 targets. So the floor is there. And, that was the last full game last week that Shepard has played this year and finished with fewer than 6 receptions. So with Daniel Jones back in there, that connection is much better. And the Cardinals, I know people are kind of afraid of the Patrick Peterson thing, but they're more of a dink and dunk the ball down the field type of defense, which speaks to Sterling Shepard's strengths. So when you look at the wide receivers that have done really, really well against this Cardinals defense, Jamison Crowder had 8 catches for 116 yards and a touchdown. You've got Tyler Lockett twice who blew up on them. Cole Beasley had 11 catches for 109 yards and a touchdown. Cooper Kupp had 8 catches for 73 yards, no touchdown. So I like that floor there for Sterling Shepard with Daniel Jones back in it. Whereas with Colt McCoy, I don't think I was willing to risk it.
All right, Pierce, work up a sweat for us here. I mean, what's your last minute DFS take? Something that perhaps you're just overthinking and rethinking right now.
Well, I'm looking at some ugly games that really have don't matter to anyone except for in DFS. And speaking of ugly for Gary, and how about the tight end Tyler Conklin? He might play 60% of the snaps. So if you want to play an ugly tight end, there's an option there from Minnesota. But I'm looking at this Cincinnati game against Dallas. Basically, every Dallas receiver is going to be in play against this defense. You can even consider Ezekiel Elliott if you want. And then on the other side, all of the Cincinnati, T. Higgins apparently is going to play. Tyler Boyd was playing well before he got kicked out of the game last week. Gio Bernard, we've already mentioned him. These are not very good offenses, but the defenses are that much worse. And then you've got the Andy Dalton named captain before the game revenge narrative if you want to go really crazy. And then the other ugly game I want to look at is Carolina versus Denver. Denver's entire secondary is out. Carolina's without a lot of weapons, so we're going to see a lot of action with Robbie Anderson, Curtis Samuel. And if you want to go with Zystra, it's there. I mean, he's going to get about 80% of the snaps. Teddy Bridgewater looks like he's in a good spot. Melvin Gordon could be the run back. It's ugly. It's terrible. It's unconventional, but that's what I'm looking at.
All right, guys, now how about we just make it rain for the people at home? So this is where you're going to give us your DFS play that's just absolutely going to make it rain cash for you today. Garion, who is it going to be?
Talked about him in the pivot segment, but I do think Justin Herbert gets back on track in a big way today. As I mentioned previously, 27.3 DraftKings point average, his prior 7 starts to that monstrosity of a game against the Patriots. Raheem Morris has been doing a pretty good job with the Falcons. He's, got him back on track, but Raheem Morris is not Bill Belichick. I think that Justin Herbert's going to be fine today. He's going to be the guy that we had seen before that game and going to be able to take advantage of this pretty bad Atlanta defense.
Pierce, who is going to absolutely make it rain for you today?
It's December. It's Derrick Henry month. 28 carries against Baltimore, 27 carries against Indianapolis. Last week, his carries fell off, but that's because we were down 38-7 in the second quarter. Tennessee is going to look to bounce back. They should give him near 30 carries. Jacksonville, weak defense, but one of the things that's really poor about this rush defense is they allow second-level yards. They allow yards in the open, and that's what we want from Derrick Henry, these big yards. Jacksonville's allowed the most 40-yard-plus rushes this season, so you can get the big yards. You're going to get the goal line carries. Don't overthink it. Find a way to get the money. Play Derrick Henry.
Just about 30 seconds. Rosalie, who's it going to be?
I'm going Jonathan Taylor. He's seen the uptick. He's RB13 and RB3 over the last 2 games, and now he's getting the Raiders, who allow 28 PPR points per game to the running back position. He's going to make it rain.
All right, good stuff, guys. That is a show, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us, but definitely don't leave. Stick around for Leaderboard Live. Jeff and Emerson have you covered on all the news, and of course, tune into The Sweat tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. It's great. It's going to be an amazing show. We know that you want to watch it, but that's it for us today. Bye now.
What's up, everybody? Emerson Latzia here. Jeff Ulrich there. Your first Leaderboard Live look-in of the day. We got 7 games cooking here in the 1 o'clock slate. Taking a gander here, Jeffrey, at the Millie Maker. Some ownership numbers standing out to you. Which ones are they?
Yeah, well, right now it's definitely David Montgomery at 22.9%, who just ran for an 80-yard touchdown, by the way. I believe that's the longest of his career. So,
let's go, season-long league.
I mean, we're in David Montgomery season, I guess. He's chalkiest RB again, or chalkiest so far on the slate, and he's getting off to a great start. So, yeah, I mean, that's going to be a big story here. I mean, 80 yards, obviously, on the first play. I mean, one of the first plays. And he's almost at the bonus. So, tough scene if you faded David Montgomery today. But we got some other ownership numbers that are pretty interesting. Dalvin Cook, a really low ownership, 3.2%, going up against that Tampa Bay vaunted run defense. You kind of get that, although it's really, really low. Travis Kelce, only 12.72%. I guess his price kind of drove people off. And then Ronald Jones, who with the late Leonard Fournette scratch got some heat, 13.4% in the Millie Maker. I think he's in a good spot too. So we'll see if the chalky running backs and Jones and Montgomery pay off. Certainly Montgomery has basically already paid off. So,
and then we're going to have a boatload of lineups live or die by the legs of Derrick Henry as well. What do you think about his 26.4% ownership going up against that vaunted defense of the Jacksonville Jaguars?
I mean, I'll give a little bit of credit to Jacksonville. They're not like the worst run defense in the league. I think they sit about 17th in yards per carry against. So they've been okay, at keeping games, just close and not like completely giving up. So at the same time, you expect Derrick Henry to get on track here. It's December. He has kind of made the Jaguars his kind of son over the years. So we'll see if that trend continues. That's definitely, sorry, buddy, but it's definitely like a large ownership there. Right now, if you went Montgomery and paid down over Henry, you're pretty happy with the start. But I kind of expect Derrick Henry to at least get in the end zone here.
All right, I have a question. Why? Well, first off, who is Chad Hansen, and why is he at 9.1%? A Houston Texans wide receiver. He's played 1 game this year. It was last week. 7 targets, 5 receptions, 101 yards. What is this? Do these people know something I do not?
Well, yeah, they know Brandon Cooks is out, and they know Chad Hansen got 7 targets last week with all the injuries there, right?
There you go.
Guys already got 2 receptions on today as well. So it's really just, again, Houston is without any receivers. Brandon Cook's gone. Will Fuller gone. Kiki Kuti is banged up as well. So
Stills is gone as well.
Stills gone, right? I mean, Stills wasn't doing anything before, but Kuti might not even play this whole game. I mean, I think that's actually a legitimate concern because he is pretty banged up. So Hansen is going to be out there. We saw he was the next man up, and again, you have a good QB throwing you the ball. Deshaun Watson isn't going to get sacked a million times. So I'm a little bit shocked up to 9%, but I'm not shocked he's getting ownership. He was only 3,900.
Yep. A.J. Brown, by the way, just had a sick 40-yard touchdown reception. He's at 5.8% owned in the Millie Maker, which, by the way, guys, has 205,000 lineups in it. Jeff Ulrich, this is good stuff. You and I will be back here towards the end of the first quarter to update everyone on all of the major contests that are available on DraftKings. We love you guys. Hang out with us here all day long for some Leaderboard Live. What up, everyone? Emerson Lancia, Jeff Ulrich back here. Another DraftKings Leaderboard Live checking in on the Millie Maker, my dude. And right now, don't look or do, but the first place team has that fire emoji all over the board. CG1737, what sticks out to you with the current winning lineup?
Yeah, right now, what actually sticks out to me the most is the defense. The Cowboys, 15.6% owned. Look, I admit I didn't really like this play coming in. I mean, why would you want to trust a chalky Cowboys defense in any situation? But look, this is the variability of defense. I mean, they obviously are going up against a weak quarterback. And realistically, any defense can kind of go off against any team any day if they get the right breaks. Right now, the Cowboys have gotten those breaks. 3 clean fumble recoveries, 22 points. And like, how are Cincinnati going to score points here? This total could actually go up as we go on. So that sticks out the most. Obviously, we talked about the nice A.J. Brown catch off the bat. But low on Dalvin Cook, man. I mean, everyone expected the receivers in that Minnesota-Tampa game to go off. Dalvin Cook just getting touches, and he's already punched one in. I mean, this is going to look a little ridiculous, him at 3.2% owned, if he does end up just with like another 30-point game here. Obviously, it's early. Tampa Bay does have a good run defense, but that really sticks out as well.
What do you think about Patrick Mahomes at 8.7%? He has not even 1.5 points right now. 2 interceptions against Miami. The Dolphins are leading 7-0. Patrick Mahomes had 2 interceptions entering this game on the season, already has 2 interceptions in the first half.
Dolphins defense is just all year. They're opportunistic as heck, Emerson. I'll say it now as emphatically as I can, but they just continue to do it. I mean, look, the first interception, like, it wasn't really Mahomes' fault, but they've gotten after him too. Like they've got a good pass rush, and they've sacked Mahomes a couple times already. So they are putting pressure on him for sure. And look, I wouldn't fire the alarms already if you have Patrick Mahomes. This dude can turn it up in a hurry, right? At the same time, it's not a good start, obviously. So, and now there's more pressure, obviously, on Kansas City. They're probably going to be throwing like 60 times, which is a nice thing if you have Mahomes. But I do think you'll get him going there eventually. But, wow, just another pretty insane start for a DST. Did not expect that. I really thought this would be the spot where Miami kind of would get their comeuppance.
Tua has hooked up with Mike Gesicki for the lone touchdown in that game. Gesicki at 9% ownership in the Millie Maker, already has north of 10 points, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give some credit to Tua too, because I thought he would struggle in this spot. He's looked more competent on the first couple drives. Now, we're early in the game, and look, the Miami offense has obviously gotten breaks with the fumble recovery. So let's not buy into it too much, but Gesicki looking like a nice play. Again, 9% owned. Realistically, it's a pretty good matchup for him. He's been a little bit up and down through the year, through Tua's starts, but obviously we saw that duo connect last week, and it looks like it's carrying over. So Gesicki owners definitely love this start. Tight end is such like a barren wasteland most weeks that you get an early touchdown. Yeah, you're absolutely loving it.
About 10 minutes to go in the second quarter between Tampa Bay and Minnesota. The Vikings are leading 6-0 right now. Tom Brady, who is just under 7% owned at a Millie Maker, doesn't even have half a point. He's got the snowflake emoji, rocking that already. How nervous are Tom Brady owners right now?
Dude, this is not a good start for Tom Brady. This is not a good secondary. He's missed open throws already. I mean, I've tried to defend Tampa Bay a lot this year, but like it is stemming from Brady right now. Their issues. He's missed Godwin on a wide open downfield throw already. He's missed a couple other ones. It's not a pressure thing right now. It is a Tom Brady thing. So yeah, I'd be worried here. I mean, again, from a fantasy perspective, the good news is Emerson, like he is, again, they're down in the game, so it's going to be more of a pass friendly environment. If you've got Ronald Jones, you're a little bit worried for sure right now. Again, we talked about him in the first break. He's projecting as a little bit of a chalky pick, but I mean, again, at some point you've got to put the blame where the blame is and where it's kind of stemming from directly, and it is stemming from Tom Brady right now. So he's got to get things going. I think there's time. There's a lot of time. We're still early in these games. I think he's going to figure it out, but not the start you like to see. And again, it stems back. I mean, if you have Justin Jefferson and you expected Kirk Cousins to be throwing a lot in this game, It's not the greatest game flow for it, right? We're probably going to see more Dalvin Cook with the Vikings up. So it's really something to take note of here. We need, if you're on Jefferson, if you're on Godwin, guys like that, we need Brady to get going here. We need this game to turn into a shootout. So hopefully that happens. Although if you do have Dalvin Cook, you want the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, good grief. Tampa Bay's ran only 8 plays. Compare that to Minnesota, who has 28. It also looks like the Bears are now rocking a 14-0 lead. Looks like a Jimmy Graham touchdown corner of the end zone after he was held pointless last week. Also, NFL lineup alert here as producer Madison dropping in our Slack channel from DK Nation, DK Live on Twitter. Broncos tight end Noah Fant, questionable to return to today's game against the Panthers. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Any other injuries and top scores, Jeff Ulrich and yours truly will return in just a moment. Hello, Newman. I'm Emerson Latzia. Jeff Ulrich is on the other screen, and this is your halftime edition of Leaderboard Live for the 1 o'clock window. 7 games cooking, 7 games, most of them on break right now. Jeff Ulrich, what are some of your biggest takeaways from the first half?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest takeaways from the first half is you probably should have just played the chalk at running back this week with Montgomery and Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry running rough shit over your Jags. Again, 122 rush yards, a couple receptions. He's got the bonus in the first half. He's got a rushing touchdown. It's all coming up roses for Derrick Henry owners. Not shocking either. 26.4% owned in the Millie Maker. But look, I mean, we touched on Montgomery as well. He's obviously having a pretty solid game. And look, let's give some shout out to Mitch Trubisky. He's actually in the winning Millie Maker lineup right now at QB. He's 2.7% owned. He's got 159 passing yards. He's got a bit of rushing yards. He's got 2 passing touchdowns, 15.6 points. That Chicago stack with Robinson and Mooney. Mooney caught a touchdown at 2.6% ownership as well. So the Chicago Bears stack right now, if you've got them mixed in with Derrick Henry, it's kind of the play at the halftime.
So you're telling me right now, on a day where Patrick Mahomes has struggled for the most part in the first half, same with the Deshaun Watson, you have Mitch Trubisky here, who's outplaying everyone. What year is it? Oh, that's right. It's 2020.
Yeah, for 1 week anyways, Mitch Trubisky is
for 1 week
only. one half only, perhaps only, right? Too. We don't want to extend ourselves too much. We don't want to buy too much Mitch Trubisky futures here. But
No.
Look, he's still a pretty good fantasy asset. Like he's a guy who runs a little bit. The Bears defense has been a little bit more lax lately, so it's leading toward pass attempts. 5,600, he really wasn't that bad a play, and he's got elite receivers to work with. So, and I mean, just to add on, like Houston is a great matchup. Their secondary is completely depleted. So I'm not that shocked that he's actually putting up points here. We'll see if it lasts, though. Like I said, it is Trubisky. So it's interesting, though, right now. The Bears stack with Henry, though, is the play in the Millie Maker at halftime.
Has anyone been disappointing in your eyes through a couple quarters?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, there's always a lot of busts. I would say the biggest is probably coming out of Minnesota, just from the passing. The receivers there, they just really haven't been able to do much. Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, been so reliable kind of week to week. Dalvin Cook obviously took an early touchdown carry there, but right now, Tampa Bay defense is coming through pretty big. Realistically, I mean, you look around, I mean, you didn't expect much from Cincinnati or Dallas, really. The Dallas defense coming through. Mahomes has gotten back on track. So, I mean, all things considered, like most of the guys we expected to be pretty productive have been pretty productive in this first quarter, or this first half, excuse me. So I wouldn't say there's too many people trending to bust, but right now I would say the biggest bust for me, potential bust, is going to be Jefferson and Thielen coming out of Minnesota. Again, you expect that Tampa defense to give up a lot of pass attempts, a lot of receptions. Right now, they've just kind of shut down everything.
Can we draw some attention to Tom Brady, who can still throw the deep ball? That was a beautiful 48-yard touchdown earlier in the first half to your boy Scotty Miller.
Yeah, Brady, for the first half, first quarter of this game, the game versus the Vikings, he really didn't look that good. I mean, like I said, he missed Godwin earlier, but he's definitely got things going. He made a beautiful throw to Scotty Miller, finally connecting on one of those deep balls. And Bruce Arians loves to throw the ball down the field. So if we start getting like a run of Brady completions here, he definitely could break out. He's looked like the better quarterback over the last quarter, obviously. And, he got a late pass interference down there with Gronkowski. So Brady getting back on track. I mean, obviously he's looked a little rough, but maybe this is the breakout spot in the second half for him. It absolutely could be.
I was going to say, is there anyone you feel like is poised for a big second half here?
It does kind of feel like Tampa might bust open the gates, so to speak. They've looked like the better team in the second quarter. They definitely, obviously took the lead there, and Minnesota, they're kind of shutting down on defense. I don't know. You feel like Kyler might get back on track. I'm just going to go with the easy answer to that question. I'm going to say Mahomes just keeps churning out yards. I think Miami kind of caught him off guard a little bit, but Tua struggled now a little bit on offense, turning the ball over, kind of a bad INT. And, if he's going to do that and not move the ball, it's just going to give KC the ball more in the second half. So I'm going to take the easy out with Mahomes, who's always a good answer for any fantasy question. But I do think that offense keeps putting up points on Miami. And, they jumped on him early, but again, down at halftime already.
Yeah.
It's not really a great scenario if you got to either.
And Deshaun Watson could be forced just to throw the hell out of the football as well in the second half. Houston currently down 23-7, still with 11 seconds to go in the second quarter. And Chicago has second and goal as well. So maybe Chad Hansen, your boy, who looks like a Bachelorette contestant, 9.1% owned. Kiki Kuti, 10.2% owned. Couple guys who could be in store for a big second half to the early slate.
Yeah, look, I mean, they had to go get Chad. They were so depleted at wide receiver. They had to go get Chad Hansen out of the Bachelor house. Maybe he'll be on the next season. But he's got 4 receptions in the first half, so it definitely could be some kind of Chad Hansen, scenario here where he ends up with like 8 or 9 receptions because Deshaun Watson should be throwing it. He's getting upstaged by Trubisky. Now, look, let's not put this all on Deshaun
Mitch
Watson.
Trubisky with his third touchdown pass of the day as we are talking right now to Allen Robinson. So Trubisky has nearly 21 points right now, currently in the first place lineup in the Millie Maker, 142.62 points right now.
Okay, so there you go. I mean, we got Mooney, we got Robinson, we got Trubisky. That triple bear stack is absolutely lit if you went with the double wide receiver combo. So Travis Kelce, obviously another player up there in points and for the tight end, and Derrick Henry. But I mean, look, Mitch is having a day. I mean, he got a lot of questions about how you're going to handle the comparisons to Deshaun Watson and the draft stuff. And I know he's dealt with it most of his career, but you kind of felt like maybe enough was enough with this. And he was just he didn't say much. And maybe this was just him, trying to let his actions speak louder than his words. So again, it's a one game. We're not gonna sit here and be like, like he's turned a corner or anything. Houston's extremely depleted in the secondary, but he was a good fantasy target at 5,600. Cheap Mitch Trubisky has proven that his upside can be 30 points. He's done this before. He went for 6 touchdowns a couple of years ago against Tampa. So, hey, for fantasy owners who took a shot right now, they're absolutely loving it.
Yeah, Mooney 2.5%, Robinson 6.1%, Trubisky all over the top lineups currently in the Millie Maker. So we'll be back here, guys, towards the end of the third quarter. We'll update you on this ginormous contest with $1 million up for grabs. So the winner, I'm Emerson Latzia. He's Jeff Ulrich. That is Leaderboard Live. We'll be back here in a little bit. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Emerson Lancia, Jeff Ulrich here with you for some DraftKings Leaderboard Live. And we're about 3/4 of the way through the 1 o'clock slate of games, which has 7 on the early slate. Jeff Ulrich, this Bears stack is looking thick, juicy, and it is producing points right now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, at the same time, like they really haven't done much in the fourth quarter or the third quarter because they've been up so much. So obviously, Allen Robinson adding to his totals a little bit. He's up to 30.3 DK fantasy points right now. Only 6.1% owned too. I mean, that's definitely one of the lower ownerships that I'm a little bit surprised about. We talked about some of the chalkier guys like Montgomery and Henry, but Allen Robinson at 6.1% ownership against a Houston secondary this week who, Bradley Roby suspended, and they were down another top 2 guys. So they're really throwing out backups there. And Vernon Hargreaves against Allen Robinson isn't really a fair fight. So one thing Trubisky has done over his career is target Allen Robinson really consistently. It hasn't always led to big games, obviously. We know that. But it has in some circumstances, and certainly against this week's secondary. It's working out. Like I said, Trubisky's still at 24.06 points, but he's still up there in the winning lineup because he's so cheap. 5,600. Drew Lock has a 3-touchdown game going too. He's not a bad cheap option, but right now it's still this Bears stack. You got Irv Smith up there at 2% owned in the tight end spot. Rudolph out. He caught a touchdown. So he's turning into something at tight end as well. But otherwise, it's really the chalk at RB is the story. Montgomery and Henry. Henry obviously killing it. He's got 2 touchdowns now, 37.2 DK fantasy points for him.
Remember when the Dolphins were up 10-0 and Patrick Mahomes had thrown a couple interceptions and we're like, oh my God, what are we witnessing? The Dolphins are here. They have arrived. Well, Jeff, since then, the Chiefs have decided to score 30 straight points. Patrick Mahomes right now in the Millie Maker, 8.7% owned, has almost 24 points, and he is linked up with Travis Kelce early and often. 8 catches, 136 yards, a touchdown. So he's got the 3-point bonus, the receiving bonus. He has 30 points. That is a dangerous duo right now.
Yeah, and look, we also said, maybe just don't panic on Patrick Mahomes yet. This thing will turn around pretty quickly if it does. And again, Miami's very opportunistic defense. They got another fumble recovery even in the midst of this huge run. They didn't do anything with it though, and that's the problem. Tua is just doesn't look quite settled back there. He's going up against a tougher team opponent because Mahomes is putting so much pressure on him to score points, and it's just not really working out. So I think that's just kind of let the floodgates open on defense for Miami a little bit. It's a good effort. They're kind of a fun team to watch in that regard, but this is just too much of a mismatch right now, especially with the offenses, I think. So again, they're going to go and they're driving again here. We'll see what happens. But Mahomes up there in points, like you said, that turned around quick. Kelce definitely looking like the play at tight end. Although these cheap tight ends, we got like Cole Kmet with 8 points, Irv Smith with 16. They're so cheap that price per dollar wise, you may see one of these cheap guys like Irv Smith end up in the winning Millie Maker lineup when it's all said and done. Kelce is having a great day though.
Yeah, and even Tyreek Hill has 23 points right now. Elsewhere, just in the kicking game really quick, I have to point this out. Dan Bailey has shanked another field goal.
Oh, yeah, Dan Bailey.
I believe he has 3 missed field goals today. And a missed extra point, I believe as well. I don't know if you decide to roster him. It's not so much about the Millie Maker. It's just wow, this kicker is really terrible right now.
Just in general, yeah. I mean, we could talk about the Vikings in general. They came on in here, obviously, going up against. They had some wins against weaker teams. Barely scraped one out against the Jags. It's a good get right spot for Tampa, and they've looked pretty good since the first quarter. So I still like Tampa as a team going forward. I think they have their issues though. I think you can still put them in a tier behind teams like the Saints and stuff like that pretty easily. But this is a game they should win. They've done pretty good. They kind of let Minnesota back in the game here. It's a little bit.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking if Bailey makes those field goals and even the extra point, they're winning right now.
Absolutely. So again, it's not that dominant a win by Tampa Bay at this point. And you're right. I mean, Minnesota, obviously, their kicker's letting them down here a little bit, but they haven't done that great on offense either. So it's a letdown spot for Minnesota after 3, a couple, like I said, a couple weaker wins, and not shocking. But these are kind of 2 teams, too, with Minnesota and Tampa, who they're both fighting for the last playoff spot. And they're both really like you wouldn't put them in the elite teams, like I said. You put them definitely in a tier under, maybe even 2 tiers under for Minnesota. So it's kind of playing out how you expect, but definitely Dan Bailey. He's having one of those Steven Gostkowski type of days, from the start of the year, where everything that could go wrong is going wrong.
A small step back from Patrick Mahomes, who just threw his 3rd interception of the day against the Dolphins. Wow. I believe this one is out of reach for Miami, unless there's some kind of like miracle in Miami that happens again. They're down 20 with 13 minutes to play.
It's really crazy that the Chiefs are up 20 points. I think they turned the ball over 4 or 5 times in that game, and they're up 20 points. That's actually that's a pretty insane stat. Again, Miami's defense great at getting turnovers, but there's a lot of turnovers for Kansas City, especially for a team that's up 20. So.
Yeah. All right, guys. Emerson Lotzi, Jeff Ulrich. We'll be back here to kind of wrap things up as the early slate comes to a close. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll be back here in a little bit. Hello again, Emerson Lotzi and Jeff Ulrich here with you for your final Leaderboard Live look-in during the 1 o'clock slate of games. My friend, current first-place team has 206.72 points in the big old fat Millie Maker. I must say, because my opinion matters, my biggest takeaway here, a little KJ Hamler today. 2 catches, 2 receiving touchdowns, 86 yards, and only 1.5% owned, north of 22 points. Doesn't get any better than that.
No, I mean, the Hamler burger here. I mean, going off on 2 targets here, basically, Emerson. So we've talked about, he's got a lot of speed. There's a guy preseason people liked from the draft, but never really shined through with any long receptions. And it finally got in the end zone twice. It's just the way it works sometimes. That Carolina-Denver game, just a couple of ugly teams, but sometimes ugly teams have ugly defenses, and wide open affair there. Mike Davis, Teddy Bridgewater in that leading lineup too. So kind of interesting, taking advantage of some cheap prices there with Hamler, only $3K as well. So
look at Mike Davis in that game as well. He came out of nowhere and ended up delivering 26 points.
Yeah, absolutely. Teams. Absolutely. I mean, again, it just ended up being a wide open affair. I mean, we see teams like this go up and sometimes it's ugly and it's just like 2013 and it's boring, but this one's a little bit more wide open. Carolina's defense certainly been allowing a lot of passing yards lately, something to keep an eye on because, Drew Lock, I mean, it's pretty limited quarterback, but for him to drop like 4 touchdowns or whatever he had today, it speaks volumes to the Carolina defense, quite frankly.
What stack made the biggest difference, you think, in the early slate?
Yeah, I mean, I still go back to that Bear stack. I mean, Trubisky, he didn't do much in the second half just because he didn't have to, but 25 points, Allen Robinson, 30 points. I mean, that's a pretty cheap stack for those two. If you threw Mooney in, I mean, he was okay. Obviously, Hamler was the better play there down there at 3K, but the Trubisky Robinson stack kind of stood out. And then, like I said, just the chalkish running backs. I mean, Mike Davis was good, but Montgomery was better, and then Henry was even better, right? I mean, just under 40 points for King Henry, 26% ownership. So, the chalk went off at RB for sure. And realistically, if you needed exposure to that, and you kind of might have needed exposure to Travis Kelce too, because he ended up with I guess like a quiet 30 points. I mean, although
it was really top heavy. Like towards the end of the game there, I mean, the Chiefs have tried to give this away. It feels like it's out of reach now for Miami, but KC just couldn't get on course and stay the course.
Yeah, I mean, KC was kind of just like a cat playing with a ball of yarn, and the ball of yarn kept like going over and almost falling over to the edge or something. They just kept back and get it. So
fantastic analogy.
They eventually got that ball of yarn. It's theirs. So they got the W. But yeah, Kelce, I mean, maybe it's just that we get 30 points from him every week now. But I mean, just again, the quietest 30-point game you could kind of feel like you ever had. And like I said, the chalk at RB and tight end kind of looks like it paid off today.
And in that same game, too, before leaving with the shoulder injury, Mike Gesicki, who was 9.2% owned, ended up finishing with almost 24 fantasy points. And who knows what he would have ended at, because I'll tell you what, Tua was looking to him all day long.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, Tua maybe doesn't have quite the arm strength of like a Justin Herbert, so it might actually affect his wide receivers viability going forward. And like, let's give out a shout out to Tua too. 31 points. He really did end up playing that catch-up role quite well. I mean, look, you can argue about how well he played or whatever. It's just the game flow was perfect for him with Kansas City playing up tempo. And realistically, it's good for a lot of quarterbacks. So 1.3% owned, 9.2% owned Gesicki, that combo, something to look out for. Definitely like targeting the tight ends right now with Tua. That seems to be where he's going.
And looks like your high score for the early slate was Derrick Henry, 26.4% owned, but coming up with nearly 40 points, couple rushing touchdowns, 250 rushing yards. I mean, you have the rushing bonus in there. This man feels like he is, and I know last week was a dud, but it feels like he is almost a must roster week in and week out. Otherwise, you're going to get behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fading Derrick Henry, you're definitely like sort of taking your own, lineups in your own hands, so to speak. If he gets going, it's almost like 100 yards and a touchdown is the minimum that you're expecting from him, right? So obviously we saw like kind of the absolute ceiling today, but he is a little bit of a boomer bust because there's no sort of safe floor with Derrick Henry with the receptions. Like Dalvin Cook, he has a muted game. He gets like 15, 16 points. Derrick Henry, as we saw, a week ago, he can throw in those 8-point games. So it's a really interesting fantasy prospect. But yeah, I would rather be on the side of just rostering him every week, especially in December, which is where he just seems to eat like all the time. So, it's a little bit of a matchup play with Derrick Henry, but in a way, it's kind of not. You should probably just get exposure to him every week, regardless of what the field is doing, and at least be field weight, if not over him. It's just his time of year, I guess.
All right, so he made some history today. Derrick Henry passing Jim Brown, Barry Sanders, and LaDainian Tomlinson for most 200-plus, 2+ rushing touchdown games in NFL history. So the guy continues to get it done. He's big, he's beefy, he scores a lot of points to your fantasy lineup. Speaking of big and beefy, that's what we just did for the past 3+ hours, my friend, you and me hanging out. So that was a good time. Brendan Glasheen will be taking over now with Kenny Ducey. So all of you guys hang out here on the Dream Stream. It's been damn good having you. Thank you very much to Maddie Cody behind the scenes, Braga on the ones and twos as well, and producer Madison. So we will hand it off to the next duo coming up here in a little bit. And what am I being told? Kaufman is coming up tonight as well, but none of you guys care about that. But LaMarca is here, big sexy. So we'll see you guys a little later. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Brendan Glasheen, Kenny Ducey. We are stopping in now for Leaderboard Live the next couple of hours. Many games going on right now. The 1 o'clock games have wrapped up. We are going to begin by reflecting on some of these 1 p.m. finishes, including the Dolphins covering against the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll start on the sportsbook side, Kenny Ducey. The Dolphins cover the 7-point spread, 33-27 the final. Why were you so interested in Miami, first off? And then second off, you must have been nervous at some stages here that the Kansas City Chiefs were just going to completely steamroll this team. Miami showed some fight.
Miami went up. So this game was just so interesting. I mean, and that's why I have to talk about it, because the song that was this game just took so many different twists and turns. I mean, you start off with the Miami Dolphins racing out to a 10-0 lead. 30 unanswered points by the Chiefs before they let the Dolphins back into the game. Now, there are several reasons why I thought this was interesting. Number one, the Miami Dolphins now have the best record in the NFL against the spread at 9-3. So they came into this game very good at keeping things close or, pulling away in games that they should. And they didn't have Kyle Van Noy today. They didn't have a running back, and they still managed to cover the spread. So I thought that was very significant. The other thing here, though, more concerning for the Chiefs just in general, but especially, you talk about against the spread stats, the Chiefs have not been good at covering spreads. And what that means for the real life, if you're a Chiefs fan, if you really care about the Chiefs in general, their playoff chance or their championship chances, they have not put away bad teams. They just haven't done it. You look at the Buccaneers game, they gave up one of the worst that defense performed, that whole team performed awfully in the second half. That was one of the worst halves of football I've ever seen the Chiefs play. I think they got outscored like 21-0 or something. That game was way too close. Then you look at, games against the Raiders and the Broncos on prime time that both those teams had a chance to win. Chiefs have really just kind of, had fantastic middles of the games, but kind of slow starts at times. And then just by the fourth quarter, they're just kind of hanging on for dear life. The offense gets the football, they drive 60 yards, kill all the clock. That's the end of the game. But you don't see this team really, putting the hurt on opponents. And it seemed like that was what's happening in Miami. But, that defense tightens up. Of course, Mahomes throughout the whole game, he took a 30-yard sack. He turned the ball over a million times. This was not a pretty game for the Chiefs. So I think that we certainly have to talk about that. But in terms of the Miami Dolphins, 8-5, they still have a fighting chance at the playoffs here, especially if the Bills, who have a very tough matchup tonight, fall to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Bills would then be 8-4, Dolphins at the Bills would be 9-4, Dolphins at 8-5. They're just separated by a game. And you also look at the fact that this AFC wildcard picture, the Browns at 9-3. I mean, they could lose to the Ravens tonight, and that would really complicate things. And you got the Ravens at 8-5. You'd have the Browns at 9-4. The Colts are 8-4. They're playing right now. So the Dolphins are very much in the mix. And I think they showed today that they are fighting. They are fighters, and they have a playoff caliber defense, a playoff caliber team. Tua over 300 yards, fantastic today. And Miami should be very proud of the performance they put forth on the field. And of course, people who backed Miami, very, very happy that they decided to kick a field goal down 9 points and then try to get the onside kick. Just absolutely love that move. But this game was just so interesting, Glash. It told us so much about both teams, I think. I still think the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl. Don't get me wrong. But I think that this is something they need to look at. This is a problem for them that they cannot put away teams.
Dolphins get the Patriots next at home next Sunday, and the Kansas City Chiefs just clinched the AFC West once again. Moving to the Giants and the Cardinals. The Cardinals are not helping the DK announcer that believes in the 49ers. I'm not sure who that is, but does not help his case in terms of the Niners being a threat to make the postseason. Cardinals bounce back and beat the Giants 26-7. So all that momentum the Giants had. Daniel Jones comes back. Colt McCoy even actually saw some action in this one. But what stood out to you in this game?
This is a game where the Cardinals, if you watch this game, really should have won by like 20 points at least. I mean, this was, their red zone offense was so awful, so putrid. I mean, the Cardinals really, they had to settle for a field. First of all, they turned the ball over right away. They went for it on 4th and goal, didn't get it. They settled for a field goal in the fourth quarter inside, 34-yard field goal, so from the 6, right? They settled for a field goal from the 9. So right there, there's really three touchdowns that they should have scored against a pretty bad defense. They also settled for a 34-yard field goal in the fourth quarter. You're talking about a game for the Giants that the Giants had to win this game, right? The Giants are on top of the NFC East. This was the biggest Giants game, Glash, in 4 years. The biggest game in this franchise had in 4 years. And I'm not joking, like it is. This was a chance for them in week 14 to start to confirm the fact that this is a playoff team. They could really start to pull away. This was an important game for them, especially the Cardinals come in. No one in the world believed in the Cardinals this week. You know, they've lost so many games in a row. They look terrible. Kyler Murray's having some bad games. They come in and they just lay an egg here, man. This was an awful, awful performance by the Giants. And again, this is a game where the Cardinals really should have scored 50 points. I mean, you really think about it. There were 4 touchdowns left on the board. That would have given them 54 points. You would expect them to convert 3 of 4 there. And maybe, again, that's 54 points is the wrong number, but it would be close to 50 points because if you think about it, right, 4 points. So you really think about 16 points. So this should have been a 42-7 win, in my opinion, or whatever. I'm bad at math. It should have been close to 50. My point here is that the Giants were even lucky to have a chance in this game. And, they did nothing offensively. Jones, 127 yards and then gets benched late. It looked like he might have re-aggravated his injury. You talk about, the ground game pretty non-existent here. Their receivers just didn't show up. And so, just nothing went right for the Giants in this game. And, you have to really criticize the way that this team was maybe coached or prepared for this game. Whatever it may be, the Cardinals here, this was a winnable game for the Giants, and they absolutely fumbled it away. And now when you talk about the picture of the NFC East, you give the football team a chance today to take the lead alone in the division with an easy schedule ahead. The Giants have to play some good teams. This is going to be real tough now to see the Giants making the playoffs.
Some breaking news. Davante Adams is really good, and Aaron Rodgers loves throwing him the ball. Adams is 25% owned in the Millie Maker. Aaron Rodgers, 16%. They just hooked up for a touchdown to tie the score at 7 in Detroit. We can get to that stack. Unless you want to weigh in right now, just the ownership numbers on those two players and these two doing damage once again.
I mean, it is pretty ridiculous how good Davante Adams is. 56 yards. I mean, this is the exciting part about, having an Adams, having a Hill. I mean, you love to see those big home run plays. And as good as you can be, playing fantasy football with a guy that just consistently gets 10 yards a catch, the upside here of these deep threats, guys that just have great quarterbacks that can go for home run passes. I mean, this is the clear upside here. So Adams, doesn't need to have more than 2 catches to have 60 yards and a touchdown. I mean, that is just giant. So kudos to everyone, drafting Adams. I don't think this was the most popular spot. I think that a lot of people kind of expected the Lions to give the Packers a hard time here because they normally do play them well. But yeah, I mean, this is a game that's, I think, close right now. It's closer than a lot of people thought it would be. And, this is an opportunity here for Adams to really go off.
About midway through the first in that one. Let's work our way through more NFC East versus NFC West. The San Francisco 49ers need to win or someone's going to look like a fool. And the Washington football team coming off that upset over the Steelers, that one still has 9:30 to go in the opening quarter.
And just to lay out what we have here, the Washington football team, the New York Giants. The Giants have to play the Browns and the Ravens the next 2 games. So that's going to be difficult for them to win. But, we were talking about this, last week here on the DK Dream Stream, but the Giants, realistically, for them to make the playoffs coming into this last 4 games, you have the Cardinals, you have the Browns, you have the Ravens, you have the Cowboys. They had to win, right? 3 of these games, you think, because you look at the football team, they play the Seahawks, they play the Eagles, they play the Panthers, and they play the Niners. The Eagles, Panthers, and Niners really could be 3 wins for this team. So I think to guarantee a spot in the playoffs for the Giants, they have to win 3 of these last 4. Now, look, the Cowboys, that should be a win, yeah. But now all of a sudden, you're facing like the fact that you have to win basically these next 2 games against the Browns and Ravens, especially if the football team is able to beat the Niners today, which I think that they should. Their strength of schedule is pretty good. So the Giants here are, again, if you look at winning percentage, have the 12th hardest schedule ahead. The football team, 27th in football, winning percentage for the rest of these teams. So this is going to be tough for them. Dallas, meanwhile, they have the Eagles, the Giants, the Niners. You look at Philly here again today. If they somehow can pull this off against the Saints, and the Saints don't have Drew Brees, so I think it's certainly doable, and Jalen Hurts is looking good. We'll talk about this game in a second. Philly could be in the hunt as well because they get to play the football team, the Cowboys, and the Cardinals. Again, the Cardinals did look a little bit better today, but who knows? I mean, I think this division is still way up for grabs. And I actually think, despite coming into the day all alone in first place, the Giants might be the third likeliest team to make the playoffs to me. I just feel like they're slipping. They looked awful today. Daniel Jones might be hurt again. Now you have to play the Browns and the Ravens, man. Like, the only win you can really count on is the Cowboys, and that might not come until you're what, 5-11? Or
let's jump
5-10.
Let's jump on two more things here quickly before we step aside. Let's go to Jalen Hurts first. 2.73% owned in the Millie Maker, $5,100. Were you into him? What do you make of this ownership number?
I think I like Hurts today. I mean, 20 yards already on the ground. And this is a spot where you saw Hurts. I believe last week he had 30 or 40 yards on the ground on 5 carries against the Packers. And that was only in a quarter of play.
Yep.
So you look back again, I wrote this up on the DK playbook when I was talking about player props this week. You look back at college, and it might not mean anything, Glash, but you look back at his college numbers, this guy routinely hit, 40, 50 yards on the ground. And I think that, Will Lutz just missed a field goal. I'm sorry to cut in with that, but Will Lutz, you got to remember this guy was hurt last week. Now he misses a field goal. Yikes. That is interesting. But back to Hurts.
Close.
Right. This is, I think, a situation where he runs a little bit more than a lot of the other quarterbacks in the NFL. There's a big misconception, right, between a mobile quarterback. Like, look at guys like Russell Wilson, Tua, even, Josh Allen. Like, these are quarterbacks that will use their legs to get out of trouble and pick up first downs here and there, but they're not really running a ton. There's not a high volume of running. I think Hurts is actually a guy that provides you a high upside with running the football, just because, again, the Eagles, it's not as if they have a daunting ground game, right, with Miles Sanders. They don't really have the threats through the air to make you believe that they're just going to kill you through the air. So I actually think there's room here for Hurts to just take it upon himself to gain a lot of these yards. They've run some design runs for him. Again, 4 carries already for 20 yards, and we're not even done with the first quarter. So this guy's pacing for 16 carries and 80 yards. Yeah, sign me up all day for Hurts. I mean, this is really a situation this is like Taysom Hill. I think he might have Taysom Hill carry numbers, and he has incredible upside with his arm. He can throw the football very well. You saw last week. So I actually love playing him now, and I think he's going to be more popular in the weeks ahead, Glash. And so again, I think that this week was a big opportunity to buy low on Hurts because the price is about to go way up on him.
All right, before we go, just in, Russell Wilson throws a touchdown to Devontae Adams, to DK Metcalf, excuse me. Metcalf, 12.45% owned. Wilson, 8.22% in the Millie Maker. And also, on the injury front, Deebo Samuel with a hamstring injury, questionable to return against the Washington football team. Brandon Ayuk already has 4 targets, owned in 6% of lineups. Leading lineup in the Millie Maker, Forsaken has Braxton Berrios in the lineup at 4%. That is the only game going on for Forsaken, a 3-point lead. Kenny Ducey, Brendan Glasheen. We will be back updating you all on the leaderboard and all the big takeaways from these 4 p.m. games. What's up? We're back. DraftKings Leaderboard Live here on the Dream Stream. Brendan Glasheen, Kenny Ducey. 17-0 Philadelphia Eagles over the New Orleans Saints. The Jalen Hurts starting era is off to a fantastic start. He has a touchdown in this one, north of 100 yards passing. He's mobile, 35 on the ground. What do you make of the performance?
Glash, it makes you wonder if Jalen Hurts had started the beginning of the game against the Packers last week, would Philly have won? Would Philly be sitting here at 4-8 with a chance to tie for the division lead? That's all to, we wouldn't know, right?
The NFC East doesn't deserve
with
that.
the win here, had they won last week. The matter is this. Philly has a chance to make the playoffs, Glash. It is slim, but we have seen Philadelphia do this 2 years in a row. They last year, 4 straight wins. They back into the playoffs. Remember, this division has been bad for a few years. They play the New York Giants on Monday Night Football. It's a sloppy win. Boston Scott runs all over the Giants. Philly makes the playoffs. Happened the year prior as well. I believe it was 5 wins in 6 weeks or 4 and 5, something like that. They were coming off a win against Miami, 2 games below 500. They rip off a great end to the season. So Philly does this all the time, right? But it's not always with Jalen Hurts. In fact, it's never been with Jalen Hurts, and it's been with different quarterbacks. Last year, it was Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz was tasked with that challenge this year, could not come through. Hurts looks to have revitalized this team, Glash. It just seems to be what they need right now because this offensive line has really struggled in pass protection. Carson Wentz has gone down a lot. He's not sensing the pressure like we know he can. Jalen Hurts has been able to get outside the pocket, make plays happen. We saw him fire a great pass to Zach Ertz. And this offense is a well-oiled machine. Jalen Hurts running the football 35 yards in the first half, a passing touchdown in the first half. The Eagles, when you look at the remaining schedule, the Cardinals, the Cowboys, and the football team, could they run the table? It is absolutely possible. This might have been their toughest game. Without Drew Brees, the Saints don't look the same. And maybe, just maybe, the Philly Eagles are on their way to 4 in a row to finish 7-8-1, perhaps good enough, a game below 500 to make the playoffs.
Saints are plus 450 on the money line, DK Sportsbook. If that interests you, moving to the Indianapolis Colts, leading the Raiders 20-14. This game is in Vegas. We'll get to T.Y. Hilton in just a moment, but Phillip Rivers has looked pretty good overall here, north of 200 yards passing already. You said it to me before we went live here. That Raiders secondary, not very good. So it's not surprising that there's lots of points being scored right now.
Yeah, one of the worst matchups in football, is the Raiders secondary against anybody that's fast. I mean, they have been shredded by some athletic receivers this year. They've been shredded by some not so great receivers this year. But the thing with the Colts right now is they come into this game and they are absolutely, we talk about the playoff race, 8-4. Okay, this was a team that looked to be one of the 5 strongest teams in the AFC. Now all of a sudden they're lumped in with a bunch of struggling teams at 8-4, really. I mean, I know that that's a good record, right? A lot of teams make it at 8-8. We just talked about the Philadelphia Eagles potentially making the playoffs at 7-8. The Colts right now need wins whenever they can get them. T.Y. Hilton, he had 11 targets last week. It caught 8 of those for 110 yards. This is a guy that is still capable of stretching the defense, a hero in the fantasy playoffs to some people who went out and picked him up on waivers. he's hauling in the balls when they're thrown to him. And right now, this is an example of a receiver coming in, getting a bunch of targets, having a bunch of success, and actually helping out the other receivers on the team. We talk so much about, people taking away targets from our receivers, right? Michael Pittman Jr., the inclusion of him in the offense. Now you have Pittman to worry about deep. Now you have Pascal to worry about deep. All of a sudden, defenses like they have in years past can't just key in on T.Y. Hilton. There are so many receivers to cover, and it's actually helping Hilton slip behind coverage and get open deep like we know he still can. So this is actually broken very well for Hilton, the way that Michael Pittman Jr. has played, the rookie out of USC. We've seen him come along the last 4 weeks now, become a staple of this offense, and it's opened the door up for Hilton. And when you talk about Indianapolis at 8-4 right now, with the Steelers and the Texans still to come, which are going to be tough games, they also have the Jaguars. They want to finish with at least 10 wins here, maybe even challenge for the division. They got to start here. They're 4 winnable games. The Colts come in at 12-4 with that defense. Look out in the playoffs, and this would be a big win for them over the Raiders, a team that hasn't looked great of late, but still profile as one of the better ones.
7.7% in the Millie Maker, 4 touchdowns over the last 3 for T.Y. Hilton. Let's go to your Jets because Braxton Berrios is outmatching. That's even a word. He's outperforming. That's a better word. His other receiver, Brashad Perryman, Jamison Crowder was a go today. So I found the Perryman ownership to be stunning. Berrios at 4% owned. 4 is helping Forsaken in the leading lineup in the Millie Maker. Berrios 4%. He has 6 points. Is Forsaken going to hold on to this thing? He's up by 9 and change for first place. T.Y. Hilton is in some lineups that are creeping on Forsaken.
Yeah, I've been looking down the road or down the line, I should say. You have Brashad Perriman in one of these lineups.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. Nelson Aguilar and Derek Carr, have they hit their ceiling? I mean, that's certainly a good contender, but they still need 14 more. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to me. I still think that there's some performances out there. Maybe an Aaron Jones comes along and really just snatches this one away for someone, because you look at the game script here for the Packers. I mean, they're going to have to continue throwing everything offensively they can at the Lions. Perhaps they adjust at the half, go to a little more running. I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but yeah, I mean, I still think that there's Austin Eckler is a guy who already has 13.5 points at the half. He could certainly double that. He could go to 30 points.
Oh yeah,
so I
Chargers
don't think
Falcons.
Forsaken. Yeah, I don't think Forsaken has this wrapped up whatsoever. That said, Braxton Berrios looking like a very good value play here with already 6 points. The thing with Berrios as well, he returns kicks. So you always have that opportunity, that added opportunity for 6 points when you have him returning kicks. And, not like Seattle special teams hasn't allowed some big returns this year. So, yeah, I actually do think that Berrios could be a guy in this leading lineup when it's all said and done. And again, you look at the throws that Sam Darnold likes to make. He likes to make those short throws. That's why he loves Jamison Crowder so much. He likes those trusty, sure-handed receivers. Berrios, he was cut by the Patriots, a former Patriots draft pick. They love those sure-handed receivers in New England. They love him in New York. He gets the ball. I mean, that's the thing. He's min salary and he gets the ball. He's going to probably get 2 more targets by the time this is all said and done. And I sure think that he could maybe put up another 4 points, 5 points. That could be enough, with Forsaken holding a 9-point lead to hold off the competitors.
Leaderboard Live is a fair program. We discuss who does well, but we also discuss who is not doing well. Aaron Jones, 24% owned. Packers taking on the Lions, tied at 14 going into the half. Jones, 4 carries, 13 yards. He has 1 target in the passing game, nothing to show for it. Why is Aaron Jones doing virtually nothing for the Packers today?
Well, I'm not really sure, to be honest. It's
Okay.
not as if the other running backs, Glash, are doing much better.
We're
Jones
fair, though.
averaging
We're
just over
fair.
3
He's not
yards a
doing well. We're
carry.
going to call him out for it.
We have to call him out. I mean, Jamal Williams has more carries right now than Aaron Jones does. And whether or not that's the Packers just maybe trying to play a little conservatively in the first half, maybe they're thinking, let's not push, our starter too much. We have the playoffs coming up. We know this is a winnable game. Maybe the Packers underestimated the Lions at 5-7. Maybe they just thought, look, we don't need to, work those legs of Aaron Jones that are so valuable to us. But I think maybe in a tie game at 14-14, the Packers really would love to put this away. I know we say that every week about teams. Oh, they don't want to lose this game. Every team wants to win every game, and except the Jets and the Jaguars. Those teams are trying to lose. The Packers want to win, obviously, and I do think that there are some halftime adjustments that Matt LaFleur will make. I think that the ball goes into Aaron Jones's hands a little bit more. That's my sense. That's what I think will happen. And obviously hopeful for people that have him. But I just don't think that the Packers are going to go an entire game without running the football. That's been their offensive identity all season long. And I think that the Lions might start to adjust as well. The Packers will counter with the run. But it's kind of inexplicable, right? We don't know. We're not inside the mind of Matt LaFleur. We don't know if there's something wrong with Aaron Jones, if he's just not performing well, if he missed a team meeting, and that's why they're not featuring him. I don't know what the reason is, Glass.
Okay.
But he's not getting the ball right now. 4 carries and a target is not Aaron Jones like. Jamal Williams has been involved, but we already know that he sort of has some involvement in the offense. We also don't have the snap counts live. I'd be curious to see what they look like at the end of the game. But I still think that it's fair to expect Aaron Jones to get some use here in the second half. I would expect him to recover this bad day.
6 carries for Jamal Williams, 23 yards, and nothing from Williams in the passing game. 0.52% owned in the flex for the Millie Maker.
Should also add, this is a bad rushing defense too, Gosh. One of the 7 worst. So good matchup, good promise for the future if they decide to run.
Okay, we're going to step aside. A lot of these games hitting halftime, and we're going to take a break as well. Come back and join you, react to big scores and also how the leaderboard is changing here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. What do you got? Go ahead. You have something to say.
I was gonna say, and wait a minute, the football team up 6 points.
6.
We'll have more on that development.
Go
we'll
Niners.
Have more on
Go
that.
Niners. I'm done. The segment's over. Bye-bye. Welcome back to Leaderboard Live. Brendan Glasheen and Kenny Ducey. It's great to be with you all. We have a new leader in the Millie Maker, which had 205,882 entries. Very, very stacked here. $20 entry fee. Capologist is in first place. I no longer see our friend Forsaken. He's now down to sixth. But this leading lineup, Kenny Ducey, has the Herbert, Keenan Allen stack doing the job, and the Washington football team has not one but two defensive touchdowns for 26.6% owned.
Yeah, the football team just sealing things a moment ago, really. That game should be almost out of hand for the Niners at this point. The interception by Curl.
R.I.P. Niners.
And the touchdown. Huh? R.I.P. That's right.
R.I.P.
And
to the
then
Niners.
Chase Young runs back the fumble recovery. He scoops it up and scores. So huge performance by one of the league's elite defenses. 6% ownership on them. I am really interested, and we were talking about this a moment ago. It's kind of tapered off a little bit, but there are some lineups out there with Carr and Aguilar that they've been negatively affected though by that interception that Carr threw moments ago. So now what we're looking at, Glash, is whether or not Brashad Perriman, if he even sees the field, can make some catches. He's 17% owned, and he is in a lot of these lineups. You look at third place, MG Soccer 17.
Do you get why
Chipper
that's the case?
34.
Crowder played.
Yes, but I mean they play different roles, and the thing I understand about it is that the Seattle secondary is the worst in football. So yeah, you're going to play the number one receiver on the outside for the Jets against the number one receiver for the team playing Seattle's secondary. Crowder is tops in targets, but he plays underneath. Perriman's going to take the top off. He's going to be the guy down the field. And if you look at his performance today, Perriman has dropped several big passes. He dropped the first down conversion from Darnold that was in his hands. Another one hit him in the hands, I believe, near the goal line. So this is actually kind of a big disappointment here. Perriman should be really in the leading lineups, and just 5.6 points because he's just been miserable today. He's been awful today. It's been a bad day to own Perriman, and unfortunately, it's keeping a couple lineups out of the first place spot.
All of these 4 o'clock games have reached the fourth quarter. Philadelphia and New Orleans have a lot of time left, and also Washington, San Francisco. But Chargers, Falcons winding down, Seahawks and Jets winding down. Speaking of pick sixes, Indy just had one, 44-20 over Vegas at the moment, and Green Bay has a 2-touchdown lead on Detroit. We'll wrap everything up once these games are close to finishing here on Leaderboard Live. Okay, welcome in. Brendan Glasheen, Kenny Ducey. This is Leaderboard Live here on the Dream Stream. DraftKings coverage of NFL Sunday. We're going to wrap up the day. We'll get to the leaderboard for the play action and the Millie Maker in just a bit. Let's start where we began. We talked a lot about the NFC East today, and Kenny Ducey is very high on the Washington football team. A near scare. Brandon Ayuk, he was weaving around. Turns out he played a huge part in the final result of the play action. Like I said, we'll get to that. Washington football team 6-7. Is this team, the football team, winning that division? Yes?
They absolutely are.
Okay.
I definitely think so. Now, the only team to me that has another chance at the NFC East would be the Philadelphia Eagles, especially after this game. I could see the Philadelphia Eagles realistically. Again, we'll look at the schedule throughout this discussion, but the Eagles have the football team, the Cowboys, and the Cardinals. So if you look at the Cardinals and the Cowboys, right, those are two teams I think that the Eagles can win. I think that can pull that off. I know the Cardinals look great today, but I think that's more of an indictment on how bad the Giants are. So say, for argument's sake, the Eagles managed to make it 6-8. You know, that would put the impetus on Washington to now lose a game or two, and then maybe that game against Washington is for the NFC East. I mean, that's what I would love to see. But the fact of the matter remains here. Washington cleared the hurdle with San Francisco. They now get to play the Panthers. The Panthers are not a good football team. They lost to Drew Lock today, my boy, but come on, that's not a good
Ron
team.
Rivera revenge.
They play this. That's right. They play the Seahawks, so that's going to be a tough one for them. But ultimately, again, you think now with them solely sitting on top of the NFC East all alone, you think that all the football team need to do here is just win 2 games. Because the New York Giants, the reason today's loss is so significant is they have to play the Cleveland Browns and the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
2 teams in the AFC who look brolic right now, who look poised to make the playoffs, who need every win. So it's not as if you're going to run into one of these teams like the Steelers. Maybe they're resting their starters late in the season or you know, they're not playing as hard, what have you. No, the Giants are going to face 2 ridiculously good teams who should run them over. So I don't see any way the Giants finish better than 6-10. That's their peak. That's their best record to me. So really, the football team have to win one of the next 3 games to clear the Giants. And again, the Panthers and the Eagles are winnable games for them. The Eagles would have to win out to have a chance and would have to have some help here from the Washington football team's remaining schedule. But, and again, too, you look at Alex Smith. Is Alex Smith hurt? If Alex Smith is hurt, this whole discussion changes. It all gets flipped on its head. I think the Eagles could be the favorites in the division. If Alex Smith is hurt, maybe the football team lose out with Dwayne Haskins. That's a real conversation to have too.
Let's discuss.
Right? So,
let's move on and discuss the specifics of why you like the Philadelphia Eagles and what you saw out of Jalen Hurts. The numbers for you: 17 of 30, 167, and a touchdown. He ran for 106 yards on 18 carries. He was good. A little scary at the end there. Caught the ball up, gave the Saints a little chance at the end. But other than that,
it was a good play by the Saints defense. Yeah, it was a good game. And look, the Saints came to play today. I think Taysom Hill, going for almost 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. I mean, that's a pretty good game from Taysom Hill, right? We thought that the Eagles had a chance here because no Drew Brees. Now, this was not a Drew Brees performance. Let's get that straight. But for Taysom Hill performances, this was a pretty good game for him. I mean, he didn't run a lot, he passed a lot, and he almost beat the Eagles secondary with his arm. And the Eagles secondary, they're not great, but they're not terrible. They're right around the middle of the league, maybe top half of the league, the Eagles secondary. This is a good defense. So I think that they performed very well today. I would not say that the Saints gave them this game easily. I would not say that this was an easy opponent whatsoever. This was a good performance. Hurts running the football the way that he did, you saw just they really wanted to force the issue with him running the football. And he is a great leader of this football team. He extends plays. He's found his open men, and he is putting the ball where it needs to go. And this team, you can see these receivers are rejuvenated. Philadelphia doesn't actually have terrible receivers. I think that's a misconception. Jalen Reagor, great rookie. He's looked fantastic. Greg Ward, the converted quarterback from Houston. I mean, he's been great the last 2 years when he's been on the field. They have the speedy Boston Scott. Alshon Jeffrey made some grabs today. Zach Ertz is back. Like you can see this team becoming a playoff team. This defense, I mean, this Eagles defense has kept them in games for weeks and weeks and weeks. Look at last week's game against the Green Bay Packers even 2 weeks ago. I mean, they've played some really good teams, and the defense has done its job. And all it's required is a few touchdowns from the offense, and maybe they can find a victory. Carson Wentz has not been able to deliver that. Hurts did it today. Hurts came through. He got the touchdown, and he also led this team down the field. Sanders was able to punch it in. This is the best Miles Sanders has looked, and I really think that's because Jalen Hurts on the option keeps the defense honest, and he opens things up for Miles Sanders. This is an unlocked team right now. This team has reached its full potential with Jalen Hurts. And again, it's laid out for them. If they win out, they get a little bit of help. It doesn't have to be much. There's a little bit of help. This team, as unlikely as it seemed coming into the game, could make it to the playoffs.
Oh, I see. So now help helps your argument. So now that's allowed in these discussions. It's
not. I told you. You just said I love the football team. You said, "Oh, you love that was what we said coming into the segment." They're going to win the division. They're going to win the division. Absolutely. That's what I think. That's my prediction. But I'm saying the Eagles have an opportunity in front of them. Well, the Giants are out at this point. That's the bottom line here. I think the Giants are out. It's between the Eagles and the football team to me. So, okay. And with the way Jalen Hurts looked today, it's definitely possible. Look, the Niners with 5 wins, they're at the bottom of the NFC West. They're not going to make the playoffs. But the Eagles here, they have an opportunity ahead of them. They also do play the football team. That's the big denominator, right? They're playing the football team.
Right.
So it's all about those 2 games.
We'll see. It was a good win. Good day for Philadelphia Eagles fans, no question. Let's look at the 2 big contests, and we'll get the heck out of here and get you set up for Sunday Night Football. Buffalo and Pittsburgh, Adam Kaufman and Matt LaMarca will be joining you for that. So in the Millie Maker, got to shout out our buddy CEH1300 in the chat throughout the course of the day. He finished in 17th place. Jalen Hurts was his quarterback. He had Henry and Montgomery at running back. Jonathan Taylor in the flex, the receivers, Hilton, QT, Patrick, and then Travis Kelce at tight end. He played the Philly DST. Just wanted to shout him out because that's good stuff. He's always playing Sims, and he cashed in $6,000, but not close to the Millie Maker. I mean, close, but no cigar. 40 Fortner, Kenny Ducey, the winning lineup in the Millie Maker. Derek Carr at quarterback, 0.8% owned. Henry, Montgomery at running back. Aguilar, Brown, Robinson, Gesicki, Eifert, 1% owned. He was the low scorer in this one. And the Cowboys DST in the defense spot. What do you make of this build?
Well, I'm looking at the DK Live app. Now, the thing I love about this is that you can go through the top performers of the day, right? The thing about this lineup is there was an absolute punt at the flex position here, $3,100 on Tyler Eifert. Now, yeah, you can go to your Chad Hansons of the world, right, who were $3,000. But, when you look down this low, there was not a $3,000 option in the flex that really stuck out to you, right? That no one went off. So this was actually a pretty safe decision to go with Eifert in the flex. Just want to double check because it's not like you could have done any better. And the thing about it is, again, if you go to this strategy and you go with a punt at your flex and you don't hit, right? And there's some random guy like Braxton Berrios goes for 20 points, you're kind of screwed, right? Because now there's so many people that have that salary flexibility. But no, he manages to pick the day where there really wasn't a $3,000 option to go off. And then at tight end, he picks the second best tight end of the day in Mike Gesicki, who is a bargain compared to Travis Kelce, who was number 1. Pretty comparable numbers with the 2 touchdowns. And he attacked some bad secondaries. He attacked Jacksonville with A.J. Brown and Derrick Henry. They're just a bad defense in general. And then he ends up cutting both sides. He gets the Texans defense, which was struggling as well, got blown out by Chicago. So he did a couple mini stacks here that worked out for him. And I really love this construction. Derek Carr, you got balls of steel playing Derek Carr against one of the best secondaries in football, but it paid off as well.
The $1.3 million play action contest, $100K to first, 20 entry max, 515,259 entries. We were talking about the conclusion of Washington and San Francisco. All of that horsing around there by Brandon Ayuk actually helped Brett _Botello getting first place in this one. Ayuk is one of the receivers played. He finished with 119 yards, 10 receptions, hit the bonus. MVS, Hilton at wide receiver, Taylor and Henry at running back, Tua at quarterback, stacked up with Gesicki at tight end, Metcalf the flex, 49ers DST scoring just the 8 points. But weaving in Tua, but then also really hitting a home run on the, of course, the running backs. And then the MVS play was a good one at 3%. He had 85 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, I think that, again, it's all about matchups here, and you find a way at $5,100, a guy coming off an 11-target game in T.Y. Hilton, that is a great way to invest in a good matchup. The Colts going against the Raiders secondary. Raiders secondary is awful. The Raiders defense is awful. So he finds a way at $5,100 to get that investment there. He doesn't pay for Michael Pittman. He doesn't quite go all the way down and get a Pascal. He finds a great value in T.Y. Hilton. That's my most exciting play here. The tragic part is that this lineup would have won the Millionaire Maker. So I don't know if it was a late entry or he just, he didn't want to go into the millie, whatever it was. You're kind of kicking yourself with a lineup like this. It's so good that you didn't put it in the millie. But I also will say at the end of the slate, Brandon Ayuk getting, 10, 20 yards on the final play of the game. One of those schoolyard plays, just flipping it back. Ayuk manages to lift this lineup from, I think, 4th place to 1st place.
16 yards.
With that 16 yards. That's 1.6 points. So this lineup, again, was in 4th place, and he moves up to 1st with that play. There was a few lineups with Ayuk in this contest. But well done, man. I mean, that was a great lineup. Great call on Tua. Kansas City's defense has looked real vulnerable the last few weeks. You look at the quarterbacks, Drew Lock. You've seen Derek Carr. You've seen some okay quarterbacks shred Kansas City's secondary, come back, Tom Brady. And this was another example here. So well done here. Tua's first 300-yard game, he has him in his lineup.
All right, there you go. Congratulations to all winners, those who cashed in their lineups, also on the sports book. Ducey, you included. I think you had a decent day.
Yeah,
so,
I had a pretty good day, yeah.
That's good. I'm happy to hear. And I'm also here to say that the 49ers season is over, okay? They no longer have a path to the postseason.
Oh man.
It's over. I was pulling for them. I didn't say it was going to happen, but I was trying to remind you that there was a potential case to make. It's over. It's over.
All I'll say is, the only prediction that I was off on was Houston money line. But I'll say this tonight, Steelers money line. What a gift that is.
There you go.
What a gift that is. And that's no surprise. No surprise to you, but that's a gift.
Yeah, because you hate the Bills. The Bills did not do me any favors last week against.
I hate the Bills, but a little bit on Isaiah McKenzie, first touchdown scorer as well. I love him in DFS too. I think that he is a fantastic play at 1,800. I will have Josh Allen and Steph Diggs in my lineup. I'm sure the guys that come in after us will talk about it. I will have Diggs and Allen in my lineup and McKenzie, but I love Ebron in the captain with Juju and I forget who the last person, Deontay Johnson. So little split stack here tonight. I think it's going to be a good game.
Just gave us two sports book picks, his lineup for tonight.
Well, if you want, you can go over to the DK playbook. I got my SNF bets article up. You got about, 10, 15 minutes to get them in?
No, Fidelis in the chat. It's over. That's it. The Niners are what? They're 7-7 now? They'd have to win out?
They are 5-8.
5-8. It's over.
They're 5-8, Flash. They are at the bottom of the NFC West.
Okay, we got to actually go. Thank you to producer Daniel. Producer Madison, Jordan, Max, great stuff. You'll get Adam Kaufman and Matt LaMarca coming your way for the 8 o'clock game. Pittsburgh and Buffalo should be fun. Make some lineups, get social, hop in the chat. For Kenny Ducey, Brendan Glasheen, thanks for hanging during these 4 p.m. games. And we will see you next time. Ducey, you in Simland tomorrow?
I don't even know.
No, you're not. You're not. So it's your own.
Well, you're going to say that? How are you
no, you're not. I just checked the schedule.
No,
I'll be back
you're
with
right.
Sims tomorrow, 2 and 4 o'clock. See you then. Ducey, you'll be there.
I'll be on the sweat.
There you go. The sweat with Jesse. Okay. Bye-bye. Thanks, guys.
Now they've won 5 of the last 6. And when they
What's up, everybody? Welcome to DraftKings Leaderboard Live with Matt LaMarca, Adam Kaufman. It is, of course, Week 14 in the NFL. We have got a big matchup upon us here. The Bills and the Steelers, of course. This is very important with regard to AFC playoff seeding. Neither team naturally has clinched a playoff spot yet. That's among the things, the playoff picture we'll be keeping an eye on tonight, along with obviously all the pertinent contests and people out there chasing some big cash in DFS. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. Excited to be working with my mustachioed friend again. And looking forward to what should be a pretty good football game.
Gardner Minshew got back in a game today. I felt like I had to pay homage to the man.
There you go.
Yeah, you should see my jorts that I got rocking right now. But putting that aside, what do you expect from this game, just in general? As we know, I mean, the Bills are coming off a big win in San Fran and sit atop the AFC East. They can win the division, something that hasn't happened from anyone in the AFC other than the Patriots, AFC East, that is, going back to 2009, 08, last time the Pats missed the postseason and didn't win the division. Meanwhile, the Steelers, yeah, generally speaking, they keep winning. They're coming off a loss, but they're 11-1. They just, the last couple of weeks, they did not look good.
Yeah, I think that they have a little bit more to play for in this game, honestly, despite the fact that they are, have the superior record. They're firmly in the playoffs, essentially. The narrative has sort of become that Pittsburgh is a bit fraudulent, and people really like this Buffalo team. So I think that this is actually a pretty nice opportunity to buy low on Pittsburgh. Last week, they were playing, a tough Ravens team that was hungry, that needed a win. Buffalo can lose this game and they're still in great position to win the AFC East and finish, with one of those top seeds in the conference. So I like the Pittsburgh side in this one.
All right, let's start there then. Who stands out to you? I'm assuming you would like to have Ben Roethlisberger in your lineup. But the thing is, there's Deontay Johnson, there's Eric Ebron, there's Chase Claypool, there's Juju Smith-Schuster, and all these guys over the last 7-8 games are averaging basically 7 or 8 targets per. How do you decide who to roster?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but at the same time, there really are no wrong decisions with how much Pittsburgh has thrown the ball recently. They have basically just decided, you know what, we can't run it. So we're just going to morph into this short passing offense. And Roethlisberger has thrown the ball over 50 times in back-to-back games. He's thrown it at least 46 times in 4 straight. So that means there's plenty of targets to go around for everybody. You can play, Deontay Johnson has been sort of the de facto number 1 option. Eric Ebron has been great recently. Juju Smith-Schuster might be my favorite just on a pure points per dollar play at his current salary. Claypool, his snaps were down a little bit last week, but we know he can still come up with the big play from time to time. And if you want to go a little cheaper, I like James Washington too. He played on more snaps last week, scored a touchdown on a long play, and he's pretty cheap at 2,600.
How about for the Bills? No slouches there. Naturally, we know what Josh Allen's been doing. It's been a terrific third year for him. Stephon Diggs has had a phenomenal season. Cole Beasley has really come on of late. He's basically getting double-digit targets per. And oh, by the way, with John Brown on IR, you have Gabe Davis, who's been standing out.
Yeah, I like Gabe Davis probably the most. Just, again, 5,000 is very reasonable for him salary-wise. This Buffalo team is tough because all these guys are a little bit priced up following last week, and Pittsburgh is a very tough matchup. They're first in defensive DVOA, first in pass defense DVOA, third in adjusted sack rate. So it could be a little bit of a rough game for these guys, particularly Cole Beasley. He went from, 5,600 last week against the 49ers. I'm sorry, 6,800 last week. In a matchup that he could very easily win. Now he has a much tougher matchup and he's more expensive. He's somebody that I'm looking to fade tonight. I do think that the most interesting player here is Zach Moss at 4,800. He kind of got benched last week after fumbling, but he's been serving as the number 1 option here for the Bills as far as their committee goes in the previous couple of weeks. So I think he gets back to that role tonight, and I think that he is going to be pretty low owned. So he's going to be an interesting sort of differentiator in my opinion.
I know lineups have locked, so, really buckling down on strategy doesn't mean a whole lot at this stage. But as you were considering lineup construction, does, given it's a showdown, everything's in play. Were the DSTs, were the kickers appealing to you at all?
Yeah, they were solid options today, I thought. The total on this game, not overwhelmingly high. And, the spread also very, very reasonable. So I thought that you could have played all four of those options. Buffalo D, probably the worst of the bunch, in my opinion. Both kickers were fine. Pittsburgh is fine. I didn't end up necessarily going that route because I liked some of the other value plays in that area, but we'll see what happens.
So the ownership is out for the $1.5 million contest that we are tracking here on Sunday night as the game getting underway. Josh Allen, far and away the most owned guy. He is about 73% owned. You have Ben Roethlisberger and Cole Beasley, as well as Stephon Diggs, all in the 50s.
Wow.
Let's see. Deontay Johnson, the only guy in the 40s. Juju Smith-Schuster, James Conner, Eric Ebron in the Juju's high 30s, the other guy's low 30s. In the 20s, Gabe Davis, James Washington, Chase Claypool, and Tyler Bass, the kicker. And then you got Devin Singletary. Then the Steelers DST at about 14%. Here's my question for you before we break. How about if you're considering really low-owned guys and obviously cheaper guys like Benny Snell, Dawson Knox, you mentioned Zach Moss, so, I know you like him. Vance McDonald, Jalen Samuels, guys like that. Anyone that you think is, in a really good spot to pay off salary, maybe steal a touchdown?
Yeah, again, I think Moss is the best play here. Dawson Knox is not a bad option. He has now scored in back-to-back weeks, 4 targets last week, not overwhelming, but that was a new season high for him. And Benny Snell, we've seen him sort of vulture a touchdown here and there, even with James Conner back in the lineup. Like, he scored 3 times this year, and Conner has been active in all 3 of those games. So Snell could certainly still, fall into the end zone in this contest. So I think those 3 guys are sort of my favorite of what ended up being the low-owned plays.
Lastly, we'll be able to get into some live betting numbers with you throughout the night, but the pregame numbers, according to the DraftKings Sportsbook, had the Bills favored by 2 points, over under 48.5. How do you like those numbers?
Yeah, I like the Steelers. I do. I think that this line was more like a pick 'em before last week's game. So we're getting a couple points of spread value here just off of, essentially one week of results, right? The Bills look great. The Steelers didn't. So the numbers were adjusted. I think that anytime you can sort of buy low on one team and sell high on the other, it makes a lot of sense to do so. I think that the Steelers offense is going to play much better today than they did last week. And again, I think this should be a good football game. I'm excited to watch it. And we'll see sort of where these teams fall at the end of the night. The AFC is getting very interesting from a playoff perspective. So a lot to talk about there as we progress here.
Among the things that we will discuss throughout the night here on Leaderboard Live, it's been a full Sunday for you here on the Dream Stream. We hope you've enjoyed all of it, all the way throughout, and, just saving the 2 of us for last. So stay with us over the next few hours, and hopefully it's a good game more than anything else. And we'll keep an eye on these contests, of course, get into the playoff picture, in particular the AFC, but both conferences as Sunday wraps up, and a whole lot more stuff we haven't even thought about yet. That's all coming up. Stay with us here on DK Leaderboard Live. Welcome back, everyone, to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Matt LaMarca, Adam Kaufman through one quarter in Buffalo. Barn burner. No score between the Steelers and Bills. Matty, what was your big takeaway?
Yeah, recap. Defense good, offense bad.
Simplifies it pretty well. Josh Allen has, of course, an interception. So if you got the Steelers DST, good for you tonight, because that has been the story, though, both DSTs. I'm sure there are plenty of lineups that have both. That's, been rewarding to this point. You got Juju Smith-Schuster, who's 3 for 25. He is certainly the offensive stalwart to this point. Cole Beasley on the other side, 1 for 8. Stephon Diggs, 1 for 8. They've each been targeted 3 times. So what's the issue? Defense that good or offense that bad?
Yeah, I mean, we saw both teams lose a starting offensive lineman in that first period. Buffalo hasn't been able to block Cameron Hayward. Big Ben has been under some pressure for the Steelers as well. And we know that they need their passing game since they have gotten absolutely nothing from their running game recently. So it's just one quarter. I would expect there to be some points in the second period here. It would also help if Deontay Johnson could hold on to the football a little bit better. 2 more drops for him. On one hand, it's great that he gets so many targets because he's clearly able to get open, but that's only half the battle. You gotta reel that sucker in, Deontay.
What was Orlando Jones' character in The Replacements? What was his Clifford Franklin? That's what it was. Need some stick 'em.
Clifford Franklin is just one man.
$1.5 million Sunday night showdown contest, $500K going to first place. And at the moment, that's a solo leader. It is J Tang 103, third entry for that individual with about a half-point lead currently with almost 157,000 entries. Steelers DST in the captain spot, 18 points there. Also has the Bills DST in the flex, so that right in and of itself was 28 of the 40 points. Then you have Roethlisberger, Johnson, Claypool, and Juju Smith-Schuster. Obviously, this individual high on the Steelers tonight, not unlike yourself.
Yeah, an interesting lineup build. I doubt that has the correlation to work in the long run. It's a 5-man Steelers stack, including the defense, plus the Bills D. So
just in case, just to hedge the bet.
That's an odd one. We'll see if that works out. My guess would be no. We still have a lot of football left to go here. I am optimistic that the Steelers passing attack can pick up some steam here.
Let's hope so. Mike Bizzle in the YouTube chat watching along on the Dream Stream says, I flip and love Koff and LaMarca. So this is the tag team right here, my friend.
Literally, with that mustache, you look like a 1980s WWF superstar.
Yeah, just a curl.
You got to curl it a little bit.
Brother Phil says, Saxy, you crack me up. You really do.
Oh, thanks, man.
Thanks, Brother Phil.
Thanks, Brother Phil.
Better Brother Phil and Uncle Phil, I guess. We're going to get out of here. We'll be back at halftime, tell you what's going on, and hopefully that involves some offense because the people would like to see it, especially if you got any of these players, receivers-wise, or the quarterbacks for that matter, in your season-long leagues. Don't hesitate in the YouTube chat, Twitch chat. Tell us what you're thinking, who you're rooting on, who you need for your lineups, and we'll check back with you in just a little bit here on DK Leaderboard Live. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Matt LaMarca, Adam Kaufman, and looks like, in a way, the offenses are waking up. Sure, we got a James Washington touchdown for Pitt. On the other side, it is obviously a defensive touchdown, and credit to those of you who didn't only roster one, but both DSTs. You're probably in good shape in this one. It's 9-7. Buffalo is in front currently, and Matty, what do you think so far? I mean, we've had 10 punts in this game.
Yeah, the defenses always look great in the first half, Kaufman. I feel like every first half we come on here and we say, man, if you rostered those defenses, you're in pretty good shape tonight. Who knows what the second half brings? I mean, Buffalo, you feel better about them because they have the defensive touchdown. Those fantasy points are not coming off the board. But if the scoring can pick up a little bit in the second half, we could be looking at 0 defenses in the winning lineup. You never know. So I'm not penciling those guys in as guaranteed winners at this point.
It's not as though these QBs, Ben Roethlisberger and Josh Allen, haven't been trying. And what I mean by that is you look at the target share, man, it's pretty much what you expected coming in. Juju Smith-Schuster, 4, and he actually has 4 catches for 45 yards. Deontay Johnson, 4 targets, 1 catch, couple drops. 5 targets, couple catches for Chase Claypool. James Washington with the TD has 4 targets. On the other side, Cole Beasley, it continues, 7 targets. He has just the 3 catches, 6 for Stephon Diggs, and he has a few catches to his credit. And Gabe Davis, 5, 2 catches. So again, you know where these balls are going. I mean, there's no shock in this whatsoever. It's just a function of who's able to hang on, whether the passes are accurate, and again, do we give the DSTs the credit for what has happened so far?
Yeah, I think if anything, the biggest surprise for me in the first half is how much Pittsburgh is trying to run the ball. They've had 14 carries compared to 22 pass attempts.
Mm-hmm.
That's, that still isn't exactly split right down the middle, but Pittsburgh can't run it. I think they need to just embrace who they are at this point and just start slinging the thing. Throw the bubble screens, throw the quick passes, and then once the defense starts to step up, maybe see if you can beat them over the top. Certainly they have all the talent in the world as pass catching options. I would prefer to see them go in that direction in the second half. Buffalo has made no surprise. They're not running the ball at all. Zach Moss, Devin Singletary, 5 combined carries in the first half. So they're just out there slinging it. It hasn't exactly worked out for them, but Pittsburgh, a very, very strong pass defense unit. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting a ton of offense in the second half, but I do think that both of these teams can play better than what they've shown us so far.
$1.5 million Sunday night showdown contest with a whole bunch of entries, 157,000, 500K going to first place at the end of the night if we have a solo leader. And currently halfway through this thing we do, it is Emsbro, 27th entry for that individual, has about a 3/4.
Emerson's bro.
Emerson's bro. Yeah, Em's bro. It's the Bills DST in the captain spot with 18 points, the defensive touchdown, the pick. Not too many points allowed so far, of course. Also has Allen, Roethlisberger. The 2 QBs have only combined for about 10, 11 points. Diggs, wide receiver 1, 7 points, almost. Steelers DST with a dozen. It's got that fire emoji, just like Pitt on the other side, or rather Bills on the other side, and Washington with the 10 points with his touchdown, looking like a good play at $2,600, already more than return value. So what do you make of this lineup?
Yeah, I like this this build for the most part. I mean, if you look at this team, I'm not surprised that it's not duplicated because they left $5,100 worth of cap space on the table. That's a lot. And obviously you can still win, or at least win at halftime with that much salary on the table. Again, I'm a little bit skeptical that both defenses remain in the starting lineups, but Washington already looks like one of the best values on the slate. We'll see who steps up among the other pass catchers in the second half. I would imagine one of these other Pittsburgh guys gets going a little bit, and if Stephon Diggs can grab a few more passes, he obviously will become an important player as well.
Moving on to the $300,000 play action contest with about 119,000 entries. This right here is an even better, more successful lineup at the half, belongs to Bloody Skull. about 60 points. Roethlisberger in the captain spot has about 11. Diggs, Juju Smith-Schuster with almost 9. Both DSTs in the flex have 12 points apiece, in Washington with his 10. As far as this one, the low owned is obviously the Bills DST at about 8.5%, Steelers about 16%. Everyone else, decent ownership.
Yeah, but again, 6,600 on the table this time.
Wow.
So basically foregoing, 7.5%, 8% of the cap space right there. That's a lot to leave on the table. We'll see if it pays out. The big difference between this team and the other team we looked at, no Josh Allen here, but still both defenses, still Stephon Diggs, still James Washington. The difference was getting Roethlisberger up in the captain spot and Juju in the flex. I kind of like this team a little bit better. I just like that there's a little bit of additional correlation with Roethlisberger and Juju to go along with Washington. And I also like that, if you have a defense in the captain spot, odds are their point total is going down before the end of the game. With Roethlisberger in the captain spot, you figure that's only going to increase.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. See if it pays off for him. $12.5 million Fantasy Football World Championship qualifier, number 196 of these. Best of luck trying to earn that seat, obviously, and that is rapidly approaching that event here, coming up, matter of fact, in a week. So this right here has $62,500 going to first place. Much smaller contest with a huge buy-in, 13 entries, north of 5K just to get into the contest. And it's the Whistle Goes Woo, sitting in first place by about 4.5 points right now.
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa. Allen in the captain spot, Diggs, Beasley, Juju, Bass the kicker, and the Bills DST. What do you think of this one, my friend?
Hit him with that whoa, whoa. It's that whoa, whoa. Yeah, he's the only person in the field that played the Bills defense. That's basically what this team has going for it at this point. And that's the great thing about these small fields, with only 13 guys. If you're the only person to play a particular player, that player does well, you're going to be in good shape. And it means your lineup can't be duplicated. So if you like to, just focus on like optimal lineup construction, the smaller fields are probably for you, because basically in these sizes, you can just play whoever you want and maybe get a little bit creative with 1 or 2 spots here and there.
Live betting, courtesy of the DraftKings Sportsbook, has the Bills favored by 2.5 points. As we know, it's a 9-7 game right now. The over-under has dropped to 39.5. How do you feel about those lines?
Yeah, they're fair. I like the Steelers pregame. I still like them now. And I keep thinking there's going to be more points. I don't know why. Nothing that I've seen on the field suggests that these offenses have been incredibly successful. I do think, again, the Steelers offense looks more likely to put some points on the board. So I'm going to take the Steelers. I'm sticking with the Steelers, and I'm going to say over on 39.5.
Just taking a look in the chat, seeing what the people have to say. Monster calling me Highway Patrolman Kaufman. Mike Bizzle, Rossi was great, says Koff would only do it for you, fam. Ain't that the truth? Mike also asks, how the heck did you get away with going to bed with that stash, Koff? Easy. I sleep in separate bedrooms. It's the only way. It's the only way to be able to pull that off.
We'll have to dive into that on
I kid because it's easier that way. Yeah, it's not. I think the best one that we've heard so far was the one that we got in the middle of one of the Sims yesterday, which is Koff just showed up to fix your cable. That was the that might be the, of all the good ones, and there have been many, that might be the leader in the clubhouse. So by all means, those of you in the chat here with us for the rest of the night, I challenge you, come up with better ones. If they're appropriate, we'll have fun. We'll read them for sure. What are you looking for in the second half, big guy?
I need more out of that Steelers passing attack.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh has played better in this game. Ben threw the pick 6 at the end of the first half, allowed Buffalo to grab the lead. I need more out of them. This is what's going to be the difference. We know their defense is great, and we know that they can't run. So they need their offense to hold up their end of the bargain, and that is going to come from Ben Roethlisberger and this talented group of pass catchers.
Looking forward to it. Again, target share is pretty much what you would have expected coming into this one. There haven't been a whole lot of surprises, just a function of who catches the ball and who doesn't. So far, Juju's been the best at it, 4 out of 4, and like to see more out of Beasley and Diggs on the other side for sure as well. Once again, halftime 9-7. The Bills are in front. Before I let you go, and of course the second half will be getting underway here shortly, we did have a full day of football behind us here. Any big takeaways from the day?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that's interesting is, and I'm going to speak relative to the betting market here.
Sure.
If you look at the Chiefs, right, they have moved into like the clear favorites to win the Super Bowl. They were
By a
something
lot.
like minus 200
right
on DraftKings Sportsbook before this week. And they're 12-1. They have a chance to move up to the top spot in the AFC. They've been great, but they have not been nearly as dominant as those current betting numbers suggest. They haven't covered now in 5 straight weeks. Their defense has not played particularly well. I mean, the Dolphins are not an offensive juggernaut, but Tua put up 316 passing yards. They scored 27 points. I think that if they run into a team that can limit their offense a bit, this team might have more flaws than the general public seems to realize.
Just looking around at some of the winners today. Any big surprises to you? There weren't any, jaw-dropping finals, I don't think.
I thought Washington, that was a good win for them.
Yeah.
That wasn't a massive point spread. I think they were only 3-point underdogs, but they played well. And combine that with the Giants' loss, they now control their own destiny for the NFC East title.
Speaking of that division, I guess the Eagles, we got to give, plenty of respect there, beating the Saints, especially in Jalen Hurts' debut.
Yes. I was impressed with Hurts. He's got the skill set that I find just very tantalizing at the quarterback position, particularly from a fantasy perspective. Maybe he's not going to do the most with his arm, but any quarterback who can pile up 100+ yards on the ground, that's going to be pretty tasty in the old fantasy football league. So if Jalen Hurts is still out there and you need a quarterback for next week's in the fantasy playoffs, do yourself a favor and scoop him.
All right, we're going to get out of here. We will return at the third quarter break. Once again, 9-7 Buffalo in front at home. Maybe, just maybe, we can get some real, genuine offense coming up here in the third quarter. We'll be back. Well, we meet again. Here it is, DraftKings Leaderboard Live, end of the third quarter. It's pretty much all Buffalo right now. That could change, obviously, early in the fourth. Steelers are driving, but the Bills are in front 23-7. Matt LaMarca, Adam Kaufman, good to be here with you. And Matty, 14 points in that third quarter, belonging, of course, to the Bills. He had touchdowns for Stephon Diggs, who has already hit the bonus, up over 120 yards, getting targeted and catching balls like crazy. And then Gabe Davis paying off his salary, getting a touchdown once again. He's becoming a little bit more regular doing that. What do you think?
Yeah, I was expecting the offense to pick up. I thought it would be more on the Pittsburgh side, but Josh Allen figured out something that worked against Pittsburgh, and that's just thrown to that Diggs fella. I think he came into the second half with 3 catches for 30 some odd yards. And after the third quarter, he's up to 9 for 121. So he's good. He's a good football player. It's a good trade for the Bills. He really has been vital for this team taking sort of that next step offensively this year.
$1.5 million Sunday night showdown contest with, again, about 157,000 entries, $500K to first if we wind up with a solo leader by the end. Right now, though, 15-way tie. And that lineup, as it looks right now, and of course changes could come as the fourth quarter is underway. Stephon Diggs in the captain spot, where he's about 11% owned, has about 45 points and change. Josh Allen, who is in 3/4 of the lineup, Ben Roethlisberger, both QBs combining for about 25 points. Gabe Davis, Bills DST, and James Washington, who of course is in a quarter lineups and had a touchdown. He's just $2,600. What do you think of this build?
Yeah, 4-man Bill stack with the, including the defense. I liked the Diggs, Allen, Davis correlation. Diggs at captain, obviously that seems like it's going to end up being the winning roster construction tonight. And then the Roethlisberger Washington correlation on the Pittsburgh side. So I thought Washington was one of the best value plays on the slate. We talked about that before lock. And he has held up his end of the bargain. It'll be interesting to see if Roethlisberger and some of the other Steelers guys can force their way, to better fantasy days here in the last quarter. Game's not over. Still a 2-possession game. Pittsburgh is driving. So we'll see. Crazier things have happened, but as things stand, it looks like going heavy Buffalo, including the Buffalo defense, was the correct roster approach tonight.
Lots of time left. Like Matty said, you got another quarter to go here in this one, a little bit less than that. And then who knows, maybe something really crazy like overtime, but we're nowhere near that. So stay with us. We'll be back on Leaderboard Live and check in with you post game. Take a look at the updated NFL playoff picture in both conferences as well. And hopefully more offense on the way. It's Pitt's turn. We'll talk to you in a bit.